Give me a second. All right, we should be good. Admit everybody in.
All right, at 5 p.m. on April 1st, this meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School Board will now be called to order. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now take a roll call of the trustees.
Glenn Wheeler,
Laura Blakely,
Laura Berman,
Let the record, Devin Conley, let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are present.
I didn't hear Chris Chang.
I'll say it again, Chris Chang.
He and Laura Berman spoke at almost the same time, I think. All right, we will move on to approval of the agenda. Are there any trustee comments regarding the agenda or a motion?
I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by trustee Wheeler and seconded by trustee Berman, the agenda has been approved unanimously.
Just
right,
want to
Yes.
Just want to say the Spanish interpretation is available for this meeting. If you're using a Mac or PC, click on the globe at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you're on an iPhone or Android, it is in the options menu. Hay interpretación a español disponible para esta reunión. Si está usado una Mac o una PC, haga clic en el globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom. Si está en iPhone o Android, está en el menú de opciones.
All right, we will now move on to item number 2. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. If you would like to address the board regarding either of these 2 items, you can raise your hand using the raise hand function in Zoom, or if you're on a phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand, and when it is your turn to speak, you can press *6 to unmute. I will wait briefly to see if we have comments. We appear to have at least 1 comment, so we will allocate 3 minutes for their time. It is phone number 650. As soon as the timer is ready, you may unmute and address the board. So number 650.
Hello, I wasn't able to make my comment on the agenda, but let me make it on the closed session. This is the evaluation of the superintendent, and this is Stephen Nelson speaking. Board, the superintendent wastes public time and money by being unaware or ignorant of some closed session protocols. You have a specific board policy on this. He apparently has not read it or he has forgotten it. When the superintendent put his own evaluation on the last agenda, he did not list in the agenda his title. He ignored your bylaw, but he also ignored the Brown Act. This is a pattern of his. Then he wasted public money by having his legal counsel draft up and send me a rather lame excuse. In less than a year, this is the second problem with opacity in his own interest. The mortgage benefit last year was the other. When you are adopting the agenda, you are adopting a single document. It is the agenda or an agenda in government code. The plus on his evaluation, though, I was amazed and glad to hear the work of the superintendent was shepherding for the special ed problem with economically disadvantaged. He is tending to those sheep, the poor ELL who are often misdiagnosed as educationally impaired. Eureka, Trustee Chang, maybe that is the reason we and other past boards have been unable to substantially budge the white minus Hispanic achievement gap. Rudolph has allowed his staff to explore and even call out. Perhaps RTI is not magic. Perhaps good old English language acquisition is what the decade-long special education problem is about. Special ed had an absolutely devastating quality review in Rudolph's incoming year. I am proud to say he seems to be understanding it now. The genie of the place, the genius. Maybe, just pray, maybe, fixing it. A plus plus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Dr. Rudolph, just to verify, for all of our closed session items, before we post them, we've been working with our legal counsel, yes?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. All right, we will now move on to item 3, closed session. The board will now adjourn to closed session. All right. At 6:39 p.m., the trustees have returned from closed session. Action was taken in closed session. A settlement agreement in OAH case number 20201000243 was approved by a unanimous vote. The settlement requires reimbursement funding to student totaling $120,000 and fully resolves students' claims for 3 full school years. We will now move on to the consent agenda. Item 5. Are there any comments from trustees regarding the consent agenda? Okay. Are there any comments from the public regarding the consent agenda? To address the board, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function, or press *9 on your phone, and I will wait briefly to see if we have speakers. We do appear to have one speaker on the consent agenda. So if we can set up a timer for 3 minutes, and then I will ask you to unmute Mr. Nelson. Okay, you are all set, Mr. Nelson.
I am unmuted, I hear. I wanted to compliment this. Can you hear me? I wanted to compliment the staff for presenting several smoke quality HVAC options when this was first presented. And I want to compliment Trustee Blakely for including ion systems in her motion to adopt the HVAC project the first time it came before the board. I would like to ask Trustee Wheeler to talk to Bill Lampert, who is a Caltech Bell Labs expert on ions and plasmas, what his professional opinion is on buying and stocking over 100 of those ion emitter tips as spare parts. So replacements of this unique critical part will be on hand in 10 to 12 years when the classroom emitters start failing, but general HVAC components continue working. That's all, and I've sent the CBO comment on that, which she has replied, she has read. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Do I have a motion from trustees regarding the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? On a motion moved by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Chang, the consent agenda is approved unanimously. We will now move on to item 6, communications. We will start with employee organizations. Are there any representatives of employee organizations who would like to address the board at this time? Seeing as there are none, we will now move on to district committees. Are there any representatives of district committees who would like to address the board at this time? Trustee Berman.
I just wanted to report out on the Mountain View Education Foundation, MVEF. So I attended their board meeting last week, and the board debriefed on the gala, and they raised over $80,000, far exceeding their projected revenue. So they're very excited about that. It was their largest attendance in recent history, with 190 parents, community members, teachers, and staff. They're just so thankful to everyone that supported the event and MVEF. And Dr. Rudolph shared the overarching plan around our strategic plan that's coming, and they expressed in increasing its funding of wellness programs and a particular interest in the SAL components of the new strategic plan. And they're also looking for some potential new board members. So if anyone is interested, you could reach out to MVEF to let them know. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Berman. All right, we will now move on to the superintendent.
Right. Well, good evening, everyone. First, want to say, just as usual, we will be having a community check-in tomorrow. Possibly, depending on where board direction goes tonight, I'll spend a little bit more time talking about virtual schools and answering conversations on that, if that's the board's direction. But I also want to thank our teachers and staff. All of our elementary students are in, which is really good. So we've completed phase 2. With the 95.5% of all kids who want to come in are in 4 days a week, and our SCEFs, our SCEFs are in McKinney-Vento liaison, as well as Director Chang and his team have done an amazing job of making sure that students who needed 5 days or who needed 4 days were able to get that too, who were at risk, and that's who we prioritized. So we have kids who are in either who are in 5 days a week because we need the support, and so that was I really appreciate the YMCA and Right at School also stepping up to help make sure that that could become a reality, and they've been great partners, as well as Newton have been great partners since the start of the year. But I do want to commend, I know our principals aren't here, I do want to commend them as well as the rest of the team, the district office team, special ed, for everything that they've done to get us to this point. It's been really amazing. I know we've been pushing really hard, but to see so many kids on campus, and although we get a lot of flack for not being open as long as Los Altos, I do want to point out that Jeff Bayer pointed out that he has to pick up his pace now because we are at 4 days and he's only at 2, and he had a couple month head start of us. So I think, he's more of the casual runner and we're more of the sprinters in this regard. But it really is good to have our kids back on campus, and our teachers, our counseling staff, our SCEFs are all at risk, our bus drivers, everybody has done an amazing job. And we're looking forward to our final phase, which are 8th graders coming in next Monday in a couple of days. And then, from there, we'll see what comes next. But it's been really good. I know spring break is coming. So I do, and I'll say this tomorrow, but I do want to point out, if you choose to travel, please make sure that you get tested afterwards. I know it's not a requirement, but please make sure that you get your kids tested. And if you feel like you've been exposed, please let the school know immediately and quarantine you and your family as well as your kid. The variants are real, and they're saying the B.1.1.7 is more deadly than the original COVID-19 strain, and that's the one that's most prevalent right now. But I just want to reiterate, please, I don't know what the 4th W is, but I know 3 of them. So wear your mask, wash your hands, and watch your distance. And if you're traveling, wear your mask, wash your hands, watch your distance. And remember that when you come back, if you feel like you've been in a position that's put you at risk, please, 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 even if you want your kid to come in, think about the impact that it has on everyone else. Because if we have a potential exposure, we have to shut down the whole classroom and we have to have everyone tested, even if there wasn't one, and we would have to do a deep cleaning, and we don't want anybody to go through that. So in the event that you're just questioning it and you fill it out in your reopener, please let us know immediately. So then that way we can keep things going.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I know the whole board echoes your praise of everyone who's been working so hard to reopen. And I just want to tell everyone, hang in there. We're almost to spring break. So hopefully everyone can rest a little bit after getting this up off the ground. And yes, please get tested. Please get tested. All right, we will now move on to item 7, the community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agendized items. To address the board, please use the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. I will wait briefly to see how many speakers we have and allocate time accordingly. It looks like we have one speaker, so we will allocate 3 minutes to Mr. Nelson. Once we get your timer up, Mr. Nelson, here we go. You may unmute yourself.
Yes, I actually had a comment on the superintendent's last item, talking about the Friday event that he has online. I would recommend anybody who's listening who hasn't actually, who has questions or just wants to see the superintendent in a very calm, talkative mode. He sometimes tells jokes. It's a very good venue to ask him questions. And he's very upfront about, well, I don't know that exact answer, but I'll get somebody back to you, or you should ask your principal who knows exactly what the class schedule is at your school and what your kid may be going to if you have a specific question on that. So it's a very good forum for people who have questions to talk to the superintendent directly and see him hamming it up a little bit sometimes and being very comfortable talking to people and answering questions. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. We will now move on to item 8A. This is review and action. We're going to start with a resolution 01031821 denouncing hate crimes and bigotry targeting Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. This is an item that the board voted on previously and has already approved, but would like to read the resolution this evening.
Just one point of clarification. We did bring it back for a second reading just because of the amount of changes that we made. And when we initially completed this, we were unaware that the intent was to get all the names that hadn't been released at that point. So this resolution is a little bit different than the one we put on the website, which only had some of the names. This one now has all of the names that have been released. So we're considering this a second reading of the actual resolution, as opposed to it just being you having an opportunity to approve it, which means that you would need to vote to finalize it.
So may I ask, that means that we do not need to vote, or we do need to vote?
You do need to vote because it's a second reading.
Okay. Are there comments from trustees?
If we are voting, when are we voting, now or afterwards?
No, I'm going to do comments, public comments, trustee questions. You're right, Trustee Wheeler. This is trustee questions, and you just asked a question. Thank you. Then we'll do public comments. Then we'll do trustee comments. Then we'll vote. Then we'll do the reading. Are there further questions from trustees? All right, if you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on this resolution, you may raise your hand in the raise hand function in Zoom, or you can press *9 on your phone. I will wait briefly to give people an opportunity to raise their hand and then allocate time accordingly. We appear to have one speaker on this item. Ms. Pewitt, we will have 3 minutes for you to address the board. The timer is ready, so you may unmute yourself.
Okay. So the PTA leaders at Mountain View Westman School District schools, and also leadership of the Mountain View Los Altos PTA Council, join the Mountain View Westman School District Board and the California State PTA in denouncing hate crimes, hateful rhetoric, and hateful acts against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, and commit to working to ensure that AAPI students feel safe and welcome, both during our COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. And I will also read the following statement from the California State PTA, which is the charter association for our district and our individual school PTAs. The California State PTA condemns the Georgia shootings and the recent violence against Asian Americans in our country. Our association stands firmly against racism in all forms and denounces all racial violence. It is critical that we rise to correct inequities and injustices. California State PTA and our constituent associations remain committed to providing diversity, equity, and inclusion throughout our association, our schools, and communities, and to ensuring the safety, well-being, and future of every child and family. We can build a better future for all of our children when we unite as a community, intentionally acknowledging how race, culture, and languages spoken are assets in improving the lives of all children and families. Celia Jaffe, President, California State PTA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pewitt. Are there any comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Just a brief comment as a gratitude to Trustee Wheeler for initially suggesting this resolution, and President Connolly for the work behind the scenes and coordinating with other districts to get best practice in language and drafting this resolution. So thank you, Trustee Wheeler and President Connolly.
And thank you for your amendments, Trustee Chang. They were very meaningful in tying all of this to the Mountain View community. All right, do we have a motion from trustees?
Chris, you want to take this one?
Very well. Move that the board approve resolution 01031621 denouncing hate crimes and bigotry targeting Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders at second and final reading.
I think it's 031821. I want to make sure you're on the right version.
Oh, interesting. The language in the review of the action line is different from the one on top. So
Okay.
should we go by the, let me look at the PDF so we can see. Okay, we'll match it to the PDF. I'll revise the motion then. So move that we approve resolution 01031821 denouncing hate crimes and bigotry targeting Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders at second and final reading.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Chang and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the board has approved resolution 01031821 unanimously. We are now going to read this resolution. We're going to split it into parts as we go. I'm going to start off reading the resolution as the person who authored it, and then Trustee Chang, who amended it, will be our second reader. We will then go in alphabetical order by last name after that. So our order will be Conley, Chang, Berman, Blakely, Wheeler, and we will repeat in that order.
Sorry, could you say that one more time, President Connolly?
Yes. Conley, Chang, Berman, Blakely, Wheeler. And I'll remind people if we get lost. I'll do my best. All right. Whereas the Asian Pacific Policy and Planning Council and the Chinese for Affirmative Action Organization launched the Stop AAPI Hate Reporting Center at the beginning of the COVID-19 outbreak in March of 2020, which documents over 2,800 hate incidents against Asian American Pacific Islanders, AAPI, in 2020, and over 700 of these incidents occurred in the Bay Area of California, received 503 new reports in the first 2 months of 2021, and
whereas approximately 27% of Mountain View Wisconsin School District students identify as Asian American or Pacific Islander, and
Whereas on February 13th, 2021, a 36-year-old Asian American man was spat on and called racial slurs while dining outside on Castro Street in downtown Mountain View in what is deemed as a hate crime. And the same perpetrator harassed Asian American store employees while stealing from the store in downtown Mountain View. And
Whereas xenophobic attacks targeting Asian American elders around the Bay Area increased again just before Lunar New Year. And
Whereas on January 30th, 2021, 84-year-old Evisha Ratanapakdi, an elderly Thai man, died from injuries resulting from an attack while he was walking in the city of San Francisco in what is deemed as a hate crime. And
Whereas on March 11th, 2021, 75-year-old Pak Ho, an elderly Chinese man, died from injuries resulting from an attack while he was walking in Oakland in what is deemed as a hate crime. And
whereas on March 16th, 2021, 6 Asian women, along with 2 other people, were murdered in Atlanta, Georgia metropolitan area. The publicly released names of the victims include Xiaojie Tan, Dayu Fan, Delania Ashley Yuan, Paul Andre Michael, Hyunjun Grant, Yan A. Yu, Soo Chum Park, and Suncha Kim, and
whereas these reports depict a disturbing reality, especially for Asian women, who experience violence nearly 2.5 times more than their male counterparts. However, the numbers do not tell the full story. They don't include many of the unreported and increasingly normalized incidents of violence. And
whereas racism and anti-AAPI sentiments have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic and perpetuated by the incendiary language used by former President Trump. And
whereas politically charged and culturally dismissive rhetoric further encourages racism, prejudice, and hate crimes against AAPIs. And
whereas racism toward AAPIs has existed since AAPIs began immigrating to the United States, including the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, including the 1886 establishment by prominent Mountain View residents of an anti-Chinese social organization to expel Chinese residents from the city, including use of intimidation to stop hiring of Chinese workers in Mountain View, the 1887 arson that burned down San Jose's Chinatown. The source is the history of Mountain View. The assaults against Filipino and Japanese farm workers in the 1930s by white mobs, and the Japanese internment camps of the 1940s that departed from Castro Station in Mountain View. And
whereas the recent rise in violence against Asian Americans is part of a larger history of violence against communities of color, we must work together to create community-centered solutions that stop violence in all communities. And
whereas the model minority myth continues to divide communities of color, feed into racism, and contributes to the false notion that the AAPI community does not experience racial oppression or is impacted by white supremacy, which ignores the AAPI community's experience with Islamophobia, anti-Arab racism, and anti-South Asian violence, especially post 9/11. And
whereas the model minority myth also creates the stereotype that the AAPI community is a monolithic group, a stereotype that erases the economic, academic, and social struggles of our diverse communities, i.e. Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, Southeast Asians, Arab Americans, mixed race, Asians, Hapas, undocumented Asians, Hmong students, etc., which is why this resolution also forcefully condemns the ideology of the model minority myth and dispels it due to its role in hindering solidarity amongst communities of color. And
whereas the Mountain View Wisman Board of Trustees stands with the Asian and Pacific Islander community and wishes to affirm its commitment to the safety and well-being of AAPI students, staff, and community members, and to ensure that they know they are not alone and that they can speak out to help stop the spread of bigotry.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mountain View Wisman Board of Trustees calls on all residents and leaders to join us in condemning racist attacks against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in all forms, and renews our commitment to 1, speak out against such attacks, 2, defend and protect those targeted, and 3, seek justice and accountability for those who commit hate crimes against AAPI members of our community.
be it further resolved that the Mountain View Wisman School Board of Trustees denounces hate crimes, hateful rhetoric, and hateful acts against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, and continue to work to ensure that AAPI students feel safe and welcome, both during this COVID-19 pandemic and beyond.
Thank you, trustees.
President Conley, I just want to point out, just in the spirit of this, on the 21st at 6 p.m., we will be having our third version of the talk. And this one will be focusing on racism towards Asian and Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, as well as addressing issues around the model minority. While obviously the lead for this is Ms. Henderson, who's our equity coach, it actually will be moderated by Montaloma Principal Tricia Lee. And then it will have members of our community. Right now we have former Mayor Margaret Apicova, Jeff Chang, Director Chang, Police Chief Chris sorry, I gotta work on his name. Swang, I believe. I mispronounced it, but somebody may have it.
Trustee Wheeler.
Yes, did you want that pronunciation?
Yes, it'd be great.
Shang.
Shang, okay. Chris Shang. Anna Hesh will also, and then we're hoping for current Mayor Ellen Kamei to join the panel. So they will have a real good talk. Obviously, we've had one about the talk and police and African Americans. We had another one about COVID and the impact of Latinx. And then I'm glad to see that Ms. Henderson is bringing this conversation to the forefront too. Again, it's 4/21 at 6 o'clock. We'll send out the Zoom link and everything else. And then our moderator, this time we have a special moderator, which is Ms. Lee. So who's also from Mountain View. So it's a really, really good panel and really looking forward to it. And I think it will expand on the direction that the board's taking right now.
Thank you, Superintendent Rudolph.
President Conley, a procedural question.
Yes.
If there's a type of spelling error in the resolution, we don't need to, that will not need a vote for us to make that change, right?
I don't believe so.
No, so we'll just make note for the record that the second line, Pacific Islander, there's a typo there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move on to item 8B, Resolution 03040121, in support of California broadband legislation, Assembly Bill 14 by Aguiar Curry, Senate Bill 4 by Gonzalez, and Assembly Bill 34 by Maritsuchi.
All right, so at the request of board members, we're bringing a resolution in support of broadband for our students. Obviously, this is a topic that's been a passion for us, but specifically for President Conley, who has been leading the front, and who's been the tip of the spear in terms of advocating for broadband to be essentially considered a basic necessity for our community. And so staff is asking that you approve this resolution.
Thank you. Are there questions from trustees? All right, seeing as there are none, are there public comments? If a member of the public would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand using the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. I will wait briefly to see if we have any comment. We do not appear to have public comment. Are there trustee comments? Trustee Blakely.
Just would like to thank Trustee Conley, our board president, for her leadership with the Digital Equity Coalition and helping to, amplify the need of getting broadband for everybody and making this, everybody aware that it's a basic need like water or electricity. And she's done that on the state level, but it's also taking on a national tone too. And kudos, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Blakely. This resolution is my baby. I spent some time writing this one, and we're excited to push it out statewide because we want to advocate up the food chain to our state legislature and see some real change in how broadband is rolled out statewide so that everyone does have access. It's a human right at this point. It needs to happen. Is there a motion from trustees?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution 0304 0121 in support of California broadband legislation, Assembly Bill 14, Senate Bill 4, and Assembly Bill 34. I hope I read that correctly.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? On a motion made by trustee Berman and seconded by trustee Blakely, the Board of Trustees unanimously votes to approve resolution 03040121 as presented. We will now move on to item 8C, resolution number 04040121. Hope I got that right. Yes, calling for federal, state, and local action to prevent gun violence.
So staff is bringing, at the request of the board, a final resolution for the call to end gun violence. We did include a letter that we will add as part of our back to school packets. So we've our comms team has already worked on that, and it is ready to go. But obviously, in light of the recent events, not just in Atlanta, but in Boulder, and then I believe in Orange County just recently. And I think there was another one in between that over the last couple of weeks. We think it's timely to also send another resolution about gun violence and prevention. And so staff is requesting that this one is approved.
Thank you. And I will just add that I drafted this resolution, but with the help of, we have a Moms Demand Action Against Gun Violence activist in our community, Lisa Henry, who has been an advocate around this issue for a very long time, and she was very supportive in pulling together the information for this. Are there questions from trustees? All right, we will move to public comment. If you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. I will wait briefly to see if there's public comment. Seeing as there is none, are there any comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Just a quick comment. I mentioned this last time when we discussed this, but since I think, given the members of the community on the call, I just want to make the comment that statistically that firearms is the second leading cause of death for children. And when we think of first is motor vehicle accidents. And when we think about things as parents that we're worried about, like drowning is the fifth cause. So I think we highly underestimate the danger of firearms in family households. So thank you for this resolution.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. Are there other comments from trustees? Trustee Berman and then Trustee Blakely.
I just would like to also thank district staff for putting this in the student handbook. I think if it can resonate with at least one family where they take action and store their firearms in a safe way, I think it really was worth that time. So thank you to staff for putting it in there. Thank you.
And Trustee Blakely.
And I echo the comments of my colleagues. It's just so long overdue, and I really appreciate the activism of Lisa Henry and others in our community with some of the anti-gun groups. And I just think this is so long overdue. Yeah, thank you.
Agreed, very much agreed. Is there a motion?
I move that we resolution number 04040121, calling for federal, state, and local action to prevent gun violence.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Blakely, the board unanimously votes to approve resolution 04040121 as presented. And my understanding is the board would like to do a reading of this as well.
I had voiced that sentiment earlier, but I'm fine just moving on. I mean, I'm glad it's part of the package unless others have other sentiments.
How do others feel? Thumbs up, move on, thumbs down, stop and read. Okay, all right. Thank you, trustees. And I encourage members of the public to go and read that resolution online at our website. We will now move on to item 8D, the Local Control Accountability Plan, Federal Addendum, with a presentation from Jeff Chang, our Director of Federal, State, and Strategic Programs.
Good evening, trustees. Just give me a moment to share my screen. Share. Okay. Well, tonight I'm here to present to you the LCAP Federal Addendum for 2019 to 20. The dates are correct. I'll explain in a moment why we're doing this now. So the intended outcome of tonight is to explain the major actions and services in the Local Control Accountability Plan Federal Addendum for 2019-2020. Just a little background, the LCAP Federal Addendum is an annual supplement to the LPAC to ensure that districts meet the provisions of the Every Student Succeeds Act. And it's a narrative description about how our district is allocating federal funds elected through the consolidated application. So those are the 4 title funds, Title 1, 2, 3, and 4. The 1819 addendum was initially approved by the local governing board in conjunction with the LCAP, and then turned into the California Department of Education, and that was approved in fall 2019. But each year, the districts must revise the addendum and have it approved by the local governing board, along with the LCAP. It doesn't have to be approved by CDE each year, though. The draft addendum has been reviewed by representatives from the Santa Clara County Office of Ed, who assists us in this effort. So, of course, due to school closures in spring 2020, this addendum, the 2019-2020 LCAP Federal Addendum, was not presented to the board because the LCAP timeline was changed. And so the information shared tonight is really a time capsule. A lot of the programs remain similar or the same, but it technically is past tense. This pertains to school year 2019-2020. The present Federal Addendum for 2020-2021 will be presented later this spring as part of this year's LCAP process. So just to give an overview of the addendum sections, the overall purpose of this addendum is to explain our strategy for using federal funds and to supplement and enhance local priorities that are funded with state funds. It's aligned to the district's LCAP and strategic plan, focusing on the following: professional development for all staff, administrators, teachers, and others, targeted support to designated Title I schools, increased and responsive parent engagement opportunities, and enhancement of daily instruction and direct services to the most at-risk populations. So Title I funds go to funding a variety of things, including educator equity. We, along with human resources, conduct a review of a comparability report to ensure that our low-income students and minority students are not being taught at disproportionate rates by ineffective, inexperienced, or misassigned teachers. We also use the funds for parent and family engagement, such as Parent University and site-based engagement efforts. We also use for school-wide programs, targeted support programs, and programs for neglected or delinquent children. In 2019 and 2020, we had 2 Title I schools, Therakoff Elementary and Castro Elementary, and we use the money for before and after school programming, supplemental curriculum and materials and training, and additional staffing to support academic achievement. We also had summer school for Title I schools. Also with Title I funds, we fund projects to help homeless children and youth services generally. We have a part-time McKinney-Vento liaison who works with attendance monitoring and support agency coordination. We have free lunch and beyond the bell automatic eligibility and enrollment priority. And we have site-based school and community engagement facilitator support. For student transitions, we have every year a parent university session on high school readiness in the spring, a variety of parent workshops offered at the middle school sites with the objective of explaining the A to G requirements, what it takes for high school success, and parenting strategies. We do annual vertical articulation with MVLA, the high school district. And for transition from 5th grade to middle school, we have orientation and transition field trips in 5th grade. Title II funds mainly fund professional growth and improvement, as well as continuous improvement. So starting at the top with professional growth, we partner with the Santa Cruz / Silicon Valley New Teacher Project to provide induction for all Year 1 and Year 2 teachers. And in 1920, we had 2.5 FTE new teacher support providers to support teachers with their induction process. And the support providers receive monthly training on a variety of topics through the New Teacher Project. They provide professional development opportunities to district teachers and ensure that Year 1 and Year 2 teachers successfully complete their requirements to obtain their CLEAR credentials. And in the data department, we review the results of surveys given by the New Teacher Project to all new teachers and also to the district administrators, and to assess the program effectiveness and to make improvements year to year. Our Title III funds are mainly focused towards our English learner population. And so that goes towards professional development. Opportunities are provided for classified staff, teachers, administrators, and other school and community leaders on English learner instructional strategies, culturally responsive pedagogy and practices, use of technology, release day, job embedded, conference, and after school formats are used. We also have enhanced instructional opportunities for our English learners. We have supplemental materials and curriculum. We have a newcomer English learner online program called Imagine Learning. We also offer teachers other online resources, specifically Learning A to Z is the main resource that our teachers use. For English proficiency and academic achievement, the Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol instructional strategies were used in every classroom. English language development instruction, training and delivery support, and academic tutoring for immigrant students to close basic skills gaps created when their instruction is interrupted or they move and they don't get schooling for a few years and they come back. That type of inconsistent instruction that sometimes happens with immigrant students is addressed with these funds. Title IV funds can be used to provide all students with access to a well-rounded education, improve school conditions for student learning, improve the use of technology in order to improve the academic achievement and digital literacy of all students. And it can also be used, can be transferred to other title funds. There's significant flexibility there. The US Department of Education last year did grant the California Department of Education flexibility for the use of these funds last year. And so we use these funds to purchase devices, Chromebooks, and I believe also hotspots during school closure. So next steps is a lot of these programs are familiar because, or should be familiar because they are ongoing programs, and we're going to continue the implementation as outlined. And we are currently in the process. Kathy and I are working together on putting together the 2020-2021 federal addendum as part of the current LCAP process. And that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Chang. Are there questions from trustees? All right. Trustee Blakely.
This is really on the more forward-looking for the next year, we will only have one Title I school next year, right? The 2021 year was the last year that Fairclough was a Title I school. Is that correct?
Actually, we only have one now. So only Castro is a Title I school, and same for next year.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I'm a year off. Thank you.
Any further questions from trustees? Trustee Berman.
So just what Trustee Blakely just said reminded me of something. So correct me if I'm wrong, to determine Title I funds, we look at the lunch applications, is that correct?
Correct.
And will it be, do you think it'll be an issue that, my guess is that perhaps the district has received fewer lunch applications this year with the free lunches that are being offered to families. Will that be a problem in receiving our Title I funds or impact the amount of funding that we'll receive?
Yeah, I think that definitely was and is and will probably continue to be a challenge this year because all students are receiving free lunch. The incentive to apply for free and reduced lunch obviously is lowered, but the state did give instructions for what's called an alternative income form that we've actually been using and trying to get as many people to apply as possible by using historical lists, using the SCEFs and principals and outreach at each of the sites to really, and sending out emails to really try to get as many people who may qualify to apply as possible. And we plan to do that next year as well, because it's really important that we make sure that we get all the funds that we can get for our students.
And I'd just like to add, we Title I funds are also determined by a federal formula, which includes poverty rates in our local areas. And so what we've noticed over time in the last few years that our poverty rates are decreasing. And so that has a direct effect on our allocation of funds as well. And so that the allocation of funds through those poverty rates really probably affects our actual funding more so than our free and reduced lunch applications.
Well, I have a question off of that. So given the recent census, do we anticipate that the updated information from the census is going to be used to calculate that in the future? Or is it the community survey that's been used?
My understanding is our poverty rates that have been already identified for next year. And if you'd like to see them, I could send them. I don't have them at my fingertips, but our allocation will be based on those rates that have already been determined. And I don't think it's directly related to the census at this point.
Yeah, they haven't published that data yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Trustee Chang, you had a question as well.
Yes, a related question about building off Trustee Berman about the filing. Is it believed that there's a sizable number of people who are underreporting, or is it negligible? Does the district staff have a thoughts on, is it a meaningful amount of people we think aren't filing and it's impacting funding?
So I can jump in here. We made significant pushes to get the alternate forms turned in. We're still seeing, like many districts, a discrepancy between what we saw last year and what we're seeing this year. So I think it's across the state that every district is in a similar position. But we did have a significant push with the help of the SCEFs and outreach and individually contacting people that had applied in the past, and then sending out notices to parents asking them to apply.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. If there are no further questions from trustees, we'll move to public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function or press *9 on your phone. I will wait briefly to see if there are any comments. It appears that we have one comment. We will need to get a timer up for 3 minutes. And Ms. Pewitt, you may unmute yourself.
Thank you. I just want to encourage everyone who has any capacity to think through how to encourage people to or incentivize people to apply who might qualify to do so. I know that at Mistral, a good number of our families before the pandemic were on kind of an edge between what qualifies as socioeconomically disadvantaged and what doesn't. And since the pandemic, many of our most, affluent of the lower income brackets of our school have been incredibly challenged, and possibly for the first time in a way that they may or may not, know that applying is meaningful in a metric sort of way to the institution. So without going too far into that, I just want to imply that if there's anything we can do to encourage people who may be in different circumstances at this moment than they were a year or 18 months ago, to indicate that in the way that is meaningful for funding, then it's a good time to do that. And a number of our families are also in situations where they're struggling to figure out how to meet the conditions of staying in their apartments or homes after the rent moratorium is over. And I hear these people puzzling over this on many of the calls that I attend. So I would just offer that there is a very complex situation that a lot of people are facing, and they may or may not know kind of how applying for free lunch fits into their kids' future access to a different funding model. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pewitt. We will now see the timer can be stopped and taken down. And we will now move to comments from trustees. Trustee Chang.
I just wanted to, I'm sure many board members included would believe that in this pandemic, there's been so many different kind of crises solved by the staff working with Director Chang on strategic programs, working with so many different things we've heard about that have come under and a multitude of different things that had to be balanced this last year. So I just want to extend thanks to the staff under Director Chang who've worked on all these strategic initiatives working with vulnerable students.
Any further comments? I will just echo Trustee Chang's thanks to you, Director Chang, and everyone on your team. You all have been doing some of the most important work, making sure that our students' basic needs are met. And remind people that just as we had a push for the census to get everyone counted, this is a similar kind of push. If we can get everyone counted, it helps us to get resources for the students who need it the most. And so that's something that we all want to work towards. Do I have a motion from trustees?
I'd like to make the motion that we approve the 2019-20 Local Control Accountability Plan Federal Addendum.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion moved by Trustee Berman and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the board voted unanimously to approve the Local Control Accountability Plan Federal Addendum for the 1920 year. Thank you, Director Chang. We will now move on to item 8E, the Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators for the 2021-2022 school year, with a presentation from our Chief Human Relations Officer, Tara Victor.
Good evening, and I don't have an actual presentation. I'll be nice and short and sweet with you this evening. But each year, the district must submit a declaration of need for fully qualified educators to the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. This declaration of need is a prerequisite to the issuance of any emergency or limited assignment permit that we may need at any time throughout the year. And so I'm here tonight to ask the board to approve the declaration of need as presented.
Are there questions from trustees? All right, we will move to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom by using the raise hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. I will wait briefly to see if we have anyone to comment. Seeing as there are none, are there comments from trustees? Or a motion?
I move that the board approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2021-2022 school year as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? On a motion moved by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the board unanimously voted to approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2021-2022 school year as presented. Thank you. We will now move on to item 9A, the Bond Oversight Committee report with Dr. Westover, and I believe she has some members of the committee as well.
I do. I also have Braid, who is the chair of the Bond Oversight Committee, who will actually be giving the presentation tonight. The Bond Oversight Committee meets multiple times a year to oversee the expenditures of the bond. So let's see if you're able to unmute now, Braid. Perfect.
Perfect. I just got allowed to speak. So thank you, everybody, for giving us the opportunity to present this report. We also have Mr. Cleve Frink, who's a part of our committee. He's present here tonight to assist with this presentation. So as you know, there's essentially two bonds, a measure, two sets of bonds that came about. The first one initially being in 2012, that was Measure G, in which $198 million was generated. Those funds are, and the projects that have been paid for by those funds are coming to a conclusion. Second measure, Measure T, came about last year for $259 million. And as you know, the board essentially disbanded the Measure G Bond Oversight Committee and then kind of combined the two, the Measure G and T. So the existing Bond Oversight Committee is now charged with oversight as to both of those measures. Let's see, click. So the scope of what we're looking at is really just simply to make sure, based on the expenditures as presented to us, that they're done for the appropriate purposes as required by the various measures, essentially relating to the facilities and making sure that they're not to be done for or spent for any operation costs or salaries or the things of that nature. We're basically looking to make sure that the monies that are spent are consistent with the purpose of each of the bonds. Click. Let's see here. So, and actually, it looks like I just kind of touched on this particular slide, so we'll jump to the next slide. Some of the things that, and we've met a couple of times now with this newly formed combined oversight committee, and on each occasion we're allowed to review certain reports. Those essentially identify where the monies have gone, where they've been spent in relation to the various projects. They're broken down by project type, and it's broken down by campuses, and we're also able to see not only the monies that have actually been spent, but that are obligations that have been incurred, encumbrances that are in place. And both, of course, the this board as well as the public should be reminded, made aware of, and reminded that the reports and the materials that are presented to us as a committee are available on the Mountain View Wisdom School District's website. So if anyone does want to have a look at the source materials, they are readily available. We'll click one more time. So Cleve, are you there? Did you want to weigh in? Did you have any comments about any of the projects or the funds that have been spent? Did you have any comments?
I believe we had to make dinner for some people.
Oh, okay, very good. Well, so in any event, we meet and we've asked plenty of questions, and I think that it's pretty safe to say as a consensus is that the district is in compliance. We haven't observed any irregularities or any inappropriate expenditures. Everything appears to be consistent with the purpose of each of the two measures. We do have some, of course, upcoming meetings over the ones, in June at the end of this school year, and then one over the summer. We've got a few others that are scheduled or that will be occurring, of course, once the new school year begins. But to date, everything that's been provided to us appears to be in compliance. And so with that, we'll jump to the next slide, which is really just questions and comments.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, we will move to the public comment on this item. If you are a member of the public and you would like to comment, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raised hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. All right, we don't appear to have public comment. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Blakely and then Trustee Chang.
Just want to thank Braid and Cleve and all the rest of the members of the Bond Oversight Committee. I've been the board observer for the last few years, and they show up at these meetings and they plow through everything, and it's, and they ask good questions as well. So it's been very helpful, and I appreciate the time and the service and the dedication. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Appreciate that.
Trustee Chang.
I just wanted to build off Trustee Blakely. So in the last few, since joining the board, have been joining her in those meetings, and just wanted to kind of publicly acknowledge and for the board to be aware, they took their call so seriously that they even called extra meetings to make sure that they were that they could back and be fully confident about their presentation on the parcel tax. And so I just wanted to publicly recognize the names. So and we thank you, Braid Pizzigalia and Cleve Frank for being here, but Dr. Jonathan Petty, Sarah Copt-Olson, Brett Lemoyne, and Patrick Neshelba for all the time and service on this committee.
You're welcome. And of course, we wouldn't be able to do anything without the help of the district, including Rebecca, who just works tirelessly. She responds in the middle of the night like you wouldn't believe. We get emails and she's just right on it. So thank you.
I think I echo the entire board in saying thank you for your service and for your work on this. We truly, truly appreciate it. All right, and then on that note, I think we'll move on to our next item, which is item 9B, the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee report. Again, with Dr. Westover.
Good evening again. So the Parcel Tax Committee serves in a similar capacity and oversees how the district spends the parcel tax. So with me tonight is Dr. Jonathan Petty, who will be giving the presentation. Let me allow you to unmute.
There we go. Thank you. And please, no doctor. I forgot that was on the screen. Good evening, Board of Trustees, members of the public, and Mountain View Wisdom staff, school district staff. My name is Jonathan Petty. The following presentation is the Measure B Parcel Tax Oversight Committee 2021 report. So next slide. First, a brief overview of the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee's role. The scope of the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee is to review the accounting and budgeting process of the Mountain View Westminster School District to ensure the parcel tax funds are received by the district. The parcel tax funds are deposited into the appropriate segregated accounts and separated from other district funds, and that the funds are only used for specific purposes. The parcel tax levies a tax of $191 per parcel tax for 8 years, projected to generate $2.8 million annually, and provides for exemptions, which are on the slide. So the language from the bond measures on the specific purposes here on this slide and the following slide for you to view. I'll attempt to provide an abbreviated overview. So, thank you. The funds continue school funding for support for struggling students, offer competitive compensation for the teachers, maintain small class sizes, support STEAM programs and core academics. This also includes maintaining school libraries, outdoor education, leadership classes for our students, after school programs, and after school intervention professionals. Sorry, a cat is walking around my feet. Support for English language learners and support for extracurricular and co-curricular activities. So next slide. Next is an overview of the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee's outcomes. So the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee classified the appropriateness of the parcel tax fund expenditures for the 2020-2021 budget. This work was conducted over the course of 4 meetings during the 2020-2021 school year. Next slide. And the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee received and reviewed the 2020-2021 fiscal activity report. Staff, thank you for providing access to the records requested by the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee. It's demonstrated transparency in the oversight process for us. The table captured on the slide here shows the budget and actuals for the 2020 and 2021 with some comments included. So comment number 1, the Mountain View Westminster School District is expecting the remaining parcel tax funds to be deposited in June of this year. Thus the difference between the budget and the actuals and the income. Comment 2, the exemptions are budgeted for each year, and if the actual amount of the exemptions is less, then of course there's more for the programs that are listed below on the table. Now, for the expenses, should the cost of the programs exceed the parcel tax funds, the remainder is covered by the general fund. See line 218 academic at risk for an example, budgeted at 492,000 and actual was 527,000. And lastly, some funds are still in process of being spent this year. Let's see line 235 after school program enrichment. As you can see, it was budgeted for 33,000 about, and only 1,000 has been spent so far, but it's still in the process of being spent. Next slide. So do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Less a question, more of a correction, because it's amazing that we have the 2 members of the community who serve in both committees. So with Braid Pizzigalia and Cleve Frink, when I was acknowledging and appreciating the people who've been serving, I flipped the 2 and then I listed the names of the Parcel Tax Committee and wanted to thank them, and they very much are due the thanks. But I wanted to also take a moment to not let my mistake diminish the service done by the bond members, and if I may just say the names of the bond committee members. So in addition to Braid Pizzigalia and Cleve Frink, who serve on both committees, Betsy Fowler, Hasfa Misra, Mike Lehner, Doug Racky, Mimi Berman, William Lambert, and James Perkins. And my apologies that in trying to thank them for their service, I got the two mixed up.
Thank you. Are there further questions from trustees? All right, seeing as there are none, this is the time for public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. I will wait briefly to see how many commenters we have and allocate time accordingly. All right, we appear to have one comment from Mr. Nelson. You will have 3 minutes for your comment. Let's get our timer set up. All right, Mr. Nelson, you may unmute yourself. Mr. Nelson, you may unmute yourself.
Good. I think I am now. Yes, this will take less than 3 minutes. I have questions near the end of the last document. I didn't see it displayed, so I don't know if the trustees can pull it up on their own laptops. It is unclear what the line-by-line detail on exemptions and refunds at the end of the last document is showing. There are multitudes of people getting not one, but 2 or more exemptions. If these people are getting refunds for non-residential property, it is not in the measure's text. And if these people are getting refunds for contiguous property, it is not in the newest measure's text, even though it was in the old measure. Under the Baracus court decision, the special tax must be, quote, uniform. Exemptions must be also applied uniformly. And according to the text of the current special tax law, not the last parcel tax, which was rendered illegal, there is no exemption for contiguous property. No grandfathering is legal because it is not then a uniformly applied tax. I wonder if somebody in the administration can speak on that, or you can have a lawyer who would litigate this kind of thing look at that.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
End of message.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
First of all, and most importantly, I wanted to thank Jonathan and the rest of the team. I know this is hard work, and we have a new member, Patrick Nesselba, also who has an accounting background, who very diligently went through just to make sure and match everything, make sure that all the expenditures were appropriate. So I'm truly appreciative of your time and all the effort and dedication that you put into this. And just a brief comment, my expectation is the reason those various people are listed twice is because there are 2 installments of tax collected every year. And I would imagine the numbers look similar, that it's probably the first and second installment, but that would be something that the committee can look into at a subsequent date, or Dr. Westover perhaps can advise the committee on it. And I don't think we really need to discuss that much of it this evening. So thank you, Jonathan and team.
Maybe a quick answer just to put people's fears at ease or concerns at ease. If somebody is 67 and they forgot to file, when they turn 65 for the senior exemption, as a courtesy, we refund 1 year back. So they can get 2 years of refunds because maybe they forgot when they turn 65. So we do it as a courtesy to the residents.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. I will echo the thanks of Trustee Blakely, Mr. Penny, and for the entire team. We truly appreciate your oversight. It means that the public can have faith in the way that the money is being allocated, that their money is being allocated to support students throughout the district. So thank you for your work. And thank you to Trustee Blakely for being our board representative to each of the committees. We really appreciate your time as well.
Well, just to clarify, Trustee Chang is now the representative. We need to update our website on the parcel tax oversight.
Thank
So-
you. I should have known that. Thank you, Trustee Chang, and thank you, Trustee Blakely, for your work. All right, we will now move on to our next item, which is item C, options for the 2021-2022 school year.
Go ahead and oh, that is not what I just meant to do. Hold on, sorry. I accidentally closed my presentation instead of presenting full screen. Pardon me, I will put that right back up.
I am really hoping your password was hidden when that happened.
It was.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. That was not my intention to accidentally close something. So let me just try again. All right, here we go. Okay, here we are. And let me slide this over so I don't make that mistake again. All righty, thank you. Much better. All right. So as we consider options for the upcoming school year, I want to make sure that we really are in alignment with the following strategic plan goals and our guiding principles for reopening schools. We do have in planning, want to be sure that we do the following, that we really make sure to provide the best education to all students, that we're providing options that work best for our families, that we are staffing all of our programs and classrooms effectively. I really want to make sure too, we're giving consistency to students in their learning and remain fiscally prudent as a district. And so we have a lot of things to consider as we look at the options for the upcoming school year. We need to consider a variety of things, including staffing our classes consistent with the class sizes in our collective bargaining agreement. We also really want to focus on eliminating combo classes for this year in particular. We know that there has been some concern about learning gaps due to the pandemic this year. And so we want to really be focused on grade level instruction and intentionally focused instruction for all students. And then we also want to follow, of course, all of the protocols and guidance by public health departments as we plan ahead in the upcoming year. So to begin thinking about our goals and providing all of these options for next year, we began by looking at our enrollment and the parent choices during open enrollment. So open enrollment began in early February, and as new students were enrolling, we asked families to choose if their preference was in-person learning or distance learning. And when we did our returning student enrollment also in February, we asked the same. And so we requested information from all families about their options for the upcoming school year. At that time, this is what our enrollment data looked like for the 21-22 school year. In total, we had about 43% of our youngest students wanting to continue in distance learning. And this is for all of our students combined, our neighborhood schools and our choice schools together. We had just over 50% of our older students wanting to remain in a distance learning environment in the upcoming year. And this is what made us realize the importance of having some options as we plan ahead for the upcoming year. As you might recall from the Return to Learn presentations in the past, there are 4 stages of reopening. Early in the year, of course, when we were in the purple tier, we were closed fully and we're only in distance learning. And then, of course, as we continue moving through, we're now in our hybrid model. We're partially back on campus, but not fully. And we really are looking forward to the likelihood that next year we will be fully open, either in stage 2 or hopefully in stage 1 with minimal restrictions and being able to be back in that 5-day-a-week classroom environment. We have some lessons that we've learned this year, though, of course, as we think about planning. And I really want to focus on some of these lessons. We know that priorities change based on the status of the pandemic. What we've learned has changed, and where parents are at with their needs and their desires for their children change right along with that status of the pandemic. We also know that rescheduling students based on all of those changing moments in the pandemic and changing needs and preferences takes time. We also know that those mid-year changes were challenging for families, challenging for students, and challenging for staff as we tried to reshuffle and make sure to support all of those needs. And we also learned that consistency is really important for our students. Above all, we want a consistent education for our kids, no matter how the pandemic changes and how the needs of their families change too. And so we've been checking in, and we know that several other districts, not only in our area, but throughout the state of California and the country, have really been looking at distance learning schools as an option for the upcoming school year, knowing that we will have a lot of families that will want to continue in that distance learning option. And I want to be really clear about what we're talking about when we say a distance learning school. It would be a public school within our district that offers instruction to those wanting to work from home. It would provide instruction, live instruction 5 days a week. The teachers would provide instruction on grade level standards using the same curriculum that we're using at all of our neighborhood schools. It would provide the same opportunities as well. We would provide RTI and ELD, special education services, and electives, very similar to those that we provide at our neighborhood schools, but from a distance learning environment. And like all schools, other programs and activities may be provided. A distance learning model like this can support families and students who need this type of environment and instruction for years to come. All right, so with that, and given all of that information, we want to share some options with you, 3 different options to be specific, for moving forward in the next year. Option 1 is a distance learning school. It's district-wide. It would allow all students within the district to enroll in a distance learning school, have a specific grade level distance learning teacher. It would also allow students to choose in person, again, having a very targeted in-person teacher at their grade level. Students at our choice schools who choose in person and are enrolled at the choice school would be able to come and participate in that choice school in option 1. Those choosing distance learning would participate in our district's distance learning program. And then students would be enrolled in their selected school, not necessarily a program, but in their school for the whole year, just like we do in all of our neighborhood schools. Students could be enrolled at BUB or at Castro or at the distance learning school, if that makes sense. Many benefits to this. It really does allow our students to have that dedicated teacher in their learning environment and dedicated options, either in distance learning or in person. And it allows us to staff our classes consistently and make sure that we have enough staffing and the right places. Challenges, it may be hard for families to commit, if you will. And again, when I say commit to the full year, they would be enrolling in the school, just like any other school for that year. And it would require additional staffing. So to have a new school, we of course would need a new principal and a secretary and clerk and the other staff that are necessary to operate and run a whole school. Option 2 is very, very similar to option 1 with one major difference. And it really is a major difference that focuses on our choice schools. So in option 1, our choice school students would only be able to really participate in their program if they came in person. We know that families who enroll in our choice programs really have, they need to be able to be provided with those specific choices. Our families enroll in Mistral to have the dual language experience. And so we want to provide an option that that our families can still look for distance learning or in-person learning and still benefit from that dual language program. And so what we're offering as a choice is that our choice programs would function as hybrid programs, allowing all children to be enrolled in that program and have their needs met. When I say choice programs, I want to be clear though, or hybrid, I should say, I want to be clear about what that hybrid model looks like. And it could look a couple of ways depending on the numbers. So if, for instance, we have 72 kindergartners, 24 of them want to be distance learning and 48 of them want to be in person, that works out beautifully. And we can have one distance only class and 2 in-person classes. If on the other hand, the numbers aren't quite so consistent and we can't fill a class, we may have to look at that hybrid model more like it looks right now with some roomies and zoomies and function in that way. So it will really all depend on what the numbers look like, what the enrollment looks like, and what the staffing at the schools looks like. The benefits, of course, again, allow our students and our families to have the choices that work best for them, allows us to staff really appropriately and effectively, the distance teachers and the in-person teachers, and it accommodates our students in the choice schools. The challenges, of course, is that the schools would have, the choice schools would have a different instructional model, but we would be looking at the same staffing considerations described in option 1. There, you might notice that the funding is a little bit different in option 2, and that is only because of the way the numbers work out as we staff and want to stay within our number limits. We actually would need 1 less teacher probably in option 2, just because of the way the numbers play out. And so, you know, that is a rough estimate because we don't know how the numbers will end up as we resurvey. But option 3 would be we keep everyone at a neighborhood school. So all students would enroll in their neighborhood or choice school, and we would offer distance learning classes and in-person classes at each site. Well, this one has the great benefit of everybody still being in their neighborhood school and providing those dedicated distance or in-person teachers. The challenge is this significantly increases our staffing. Students don't come in those perfect bundles of class sizes. So we don't get 24 each in each learning option at each grade level at each site. And so this would really require a significant number of additional teachers in our district, which might be hard to fund and also to staff. And the other challenge is that staff meetings would then be split, would be like having 2 schools on one campus, and the principal and the staff meetings and the professional development would then have to be split between the 2. So the recommendation that we bring to you tonight is to have option 2, which is the distance learning school with the hybrid model for our choice programs, because this allows our students to be placed within that distance learning model or in-person model, and it accommodates our choice school programming, allowing all of the students who want to be at Mistral to have that dual language and have their instruction in Spanish, and allowing our students at Stevenson to have that program model as well, and not miss out because their family believes that they need to remain in a distance learning environment. So tonight we're seeking guidance from you, really about which option does the board prefer. A few other questions that I'd really like to know as well is there a point at which a school could be too small to operate if most of the students from a school wanted distance learning? Is the board comfortable with this full year commitment? It is consistent with our surrounding districts, and it helps with any changes that would be impacted with staffing. And again, this commitment would be just like enrolling in all of our other neighborhood schools. We enroll at Bub for the year, we enroll at Castro for the year. We would enroll at the distance learning school for the year. And I also want to talk about some next steps. If we choose one of the distance learning models, option 1 or 2, we would come back to the board for an official vote to approve the school on April 24th at our next meeting. And then we would need to send an update on the learning preference survey, or really a confirmation of enrollment in the school, because a lot has changed since we did that enrollment in February. And I very strongly believe a lot of people's feelings about being in person or being at home have changed as well. And so we want to readdress that and make sure that we have accurate information from our families. We would then need to apply for a CDS code, as we would be opening a brand new school. We would then develop and advertise our program and begin staffing. And this would require some district-wide staffing changes at our sites to be able to open that school. If we choose the site-based option, which is option 3, we would still need to send that updated survey, because we still need to know what parents are feeling right now about enrolling for the next school year. And then we would need to begin advertising and hiring the additional teaching staff to make that program happen. And I am going to leave you at that and ask if the board has questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vicure. Can you take down? Yes. So I had a couple of questions real quick. One, so I am one of those parents who, when I re-enrolled my child, chose distance learning at that time because we were in the midst of a surge in cases. We didn't know how the vaccination rollout was going to be. And now I feel very comfortable with the idea of sending my child back to school in the fall, because we know that adults are going to have access to the vaccine by, hopefully the end of May. We know that everyone's eligible starting April 15th in California. All of our staff is vaccinated. We also, have just learned that 12 to 15-year-olds will hopefully soon be able to get vaccinated as well, which means that our middle school students, for example, some of them may be coming in vaccinated. And then we've heard back and forth that children as young as first grade could be vaccinated by the fall, but then Fauci said, no, it won't be until 2022. And now there's hope that it may be earlier. Like, that keeps going back and forth. So my first question is there a way to possibly send that survey about preference sooner rather than later? Because I think there has been significant change in what people would say regarding distance learning.
Absolutely. And it is our intent to send that as soon as we have some direction from the board about which options and models we want, because we want to make sure that families are informed before they make that choice.
Yeah, I think this is one of those challenging chicken or egg things. My other question is, when I look at option 2, and we talk about a hybrid distance learning program at the choice schools. So I truly appreciate how hard our teachers are working to do concurrent teaching right now, streaming and teaching students in the classroom. But I also know that it's just for about 10 weeks. It's not for a whole school year. I'm a little apprehensive about asking teachers to do that for an entire school year in the future. So I'm curious if there is something different within option 2, something like for Mistral, Spanish exposure is what a lot of parents are going to want beyond kind of the regular classroom day. Could it be that we have within the distance learning school a dedicated one, if we can get one BCLAD teacher in that program who maybe does the STEAM or SLD for every single student in the grade level or across all of the grade levels, something, or the art. I know we do our art and our music is in Spanish as well. Is there a way that it could be adapted so instead of asking the school site teachers to do it, we could creatively at least make sure that every child gets about an hour of Spanish exposure each day, even if it's not the full 50-50 experience? And the same kind of idea with the project-based learning, that maybe it's the STEAM teacher, or maybe as part of RTI or something where we have a dedicated teacher who touches all of those students for Stevenson for a specific project-based component, but it's not asking the teachers to do a hybrid for the full school year next year.
To answer your question, I've written down all of your ideas and and in my notebook, and I'm happy to investigate. I don't want to make up something in the moment, but I absolutely can look into that.
Thank you. Trustee Blakely.
Trustee Conley already touched on it, but I was trying to drill in with my questions. For option 2 and for the hybrid, like what does that mean? Does that mean that teachers might have to be doing, what did you call it, concurrent teaching? The teaching where they have both distance students and in-class students at the same time. Would that model inherently mean that we are going to be asking some teachers to do that?
I hate to say I don't know, but I'm going to say it's a little bit unknown just because of the numbers. Like I shared earlier, if the numbers work out, that we could have one full distance learning class at a grade level and one full in-person class, that would be beautiful and perfect. If the numbers don't work out that way, we would need to be a little bit more flexible and try something different, but we will.
I think the likelihood of the numbers working out perfectly is, dream on. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Chang.
Question building off the comments on the board submitted questions. And again, for those who are new, on the district website, there's a Google Doc with questions the board has submitted in advance that maybe why some questions don't get addressed in a meeting. So in one of the Q&As on the website said that the district will be going by the class size and the collective bargaining agreement, which I'm assuming is, we're going to the 24 for the younger kids and not the 16 that were under our COVID MOU. So if we're going by the 24, does that also match if we if we did the new CDC 3 feet distancing? Can 24 students fit in a room safely with 3 feet or 4 feet, or what is the class size parameter that might be?
In theory, yes, we can fit 24 kids in. I think I've mentioned before that Wired Magazine sort of came up with a way to get 6 feet social distancing. And it requires, though, you're going to put some kids next to the windows or the walls in order to get them that area. But that was used on a 680 foot square room, and most of our rooms are about 900 square feet. So we're confident, but we also are going to look at, we're going to do a mock-up of what it would look like in the classroom using some different configurations to try and get more kids in.
And just last question.
3 feet definitely changes a lot of the conversation.
And the last question is the district recommendation for a distance learning school. Is there a vision that this would be something that would outlast the pandemic?
We believe that, and sorry, Tara, I didn't mean to, I think you were going to say this too.
All right, no, go ahead.
But no, I as I mentioned to the leadership team when we discussed it, we believe that this just becomes part of the complement of the school district, that there are always a group of kids that will succeed in this type of environment and allows us to have it. It's not for everyone, but it does allow, for those parents who have extenuating circumstances to let their kids be educated. Our biggest challenge will be making sure that we do attendance residence verification, just because, obviously being remote allows you to travel. And so we do need to make sure that somebody is maintaining a residence. But outside of that, it's our intent. It would be our intent to keep it. We just don't know how big it will be. I think it's possible that it could shrink. And then at some point, there will probably be a conversation as to whether or not it gets reabsorbed and functions under the umbrella of a school, or whether or not it, functions as its own school.
Trustee Blakely.
Another question regarding option 2. Have the principals of the choice schools had an opportunity to weigh in on the idea of having a hybrid model at their schools?
Yes, they both have. Dr. Rudolph, do you want to speak to that?
Yep, we asked this question before we went down the road, but we did ask it before we actually did hybrid. So, you know, it's possible there could be a little buyer's remorse right there. But I think both schools are committed to finding a way to make it work. The challenge is that when we did the enrollment survey, it was at the height of the pandemic. And so with 50% of parents choosing to go into, you know, a distance learning format, it sort of skews the numbers. Asking now will give us a better picture of what it looks like. And then that will give us insight into what it looks like at those particular schools. And then I think, as President Connolly pointed out, there may be some other creative solutions that we could use. You know, instead of assigning an RTI teacher, maybe you go to your Spanish immersion teacher, or you go to a project-based learning teacher. And so that sort of could be a way to sort of complement it. But without knowing the numbers, we're sort of shooting in the dark.
Trustee Berman, you had your hand up earlier.
I did. I think a lot of my questions were already brought up, but so one more. So if this is something we're considering sort of as a long-term program for our school, I'm wondering if that would be true also for the choice programs. Would we want this to also, the choice programs to be a virtual option too for extended years?
I think the virtual school will take a life of its own, and will grow and morph, you know, as we learn more, similar to what we've seen over the course of a year, and how far we've come. I think, you know, this will continue to grow. Whether or not the virtual schools are merged, or the choice schools are merged into it, and it has a different option, or whether or not it, you know, they have their own component, that's hard to know without being there. What I will say is, like, for instance, and we'll use Mistral, you cannot offer a 50-50 learning environment in the virtual setting unless you hire a full complement of teachers. It's just too hard. And so we, you know, our priority is always making sure that we have enough teachers for Mistral. So, you know, for instance, we just hired a new B-class teacher. I think that was the only one who applies. Our hiring team did an excellent job of jumping on and getting this person to commit to us. But, you know, to say that we can get 10 of them who can work exclusively in a virtual school, I think is a tough ask for a district our size, unless we went, you know, the virtual school. But I guess I could say the virtual school could have a foreign language component, and that is within the realm of possibility. But it won't look like what you get at Mistral, and nor do I think that we want it to look like what you get at Mistral. I think, you know, the idea here isn't to compete with a choice school virtually. I think the idea is, you know, at least initially, we have kids who are succeeding, and we have parents who have fears, and let's foster that sort of environment. And then let's see where we go so that we can keep learning lessons. Because, you know, one of the things we've talked about with staff, we can use it in the event that there's a fire. We can learn lessons from there. We can close school down so everyone can go into a virtual environment. We can reopen again if we had to. I mean, so like but the practices that we would learn from the virtual school would allow us the opportunity to sort of explore. But I think the virtual school becomes this, I guess what I'm trying to say, the virtual school is its own choice school. It is not a dual immersion choice school unless that's the direction that the board wants to go. And you could say, like, you wanted to be a dual immersion project-based learning school. I'm just, you know, I would just say it's going to be extremely hard to pull that off because of the numbers, the challenge of finding B-class teachers.
So I have a couple of more questions. My gut sense is that there are kind of two groups of parents that we have who, when we resurvey, will elect distance learning. One of those groups are parents who are, for whatever reason, be it medical issues in the family or other needs, they're not going to be able to send their kids back until they're vaccinated. The second group are people for whom distance learning is actually a better option overall than in-person learning. And I've also seen a little bit of what I'm going to call Zoomy remorse. In like the community updates, for example, there was a kinder parent who was kind of asking, can we send them back now? Because we're seeing that it actually works. And I'm a little worried that, you know, people are going to have distance learning remorse in the fall too, especially if vaccines roll out for younger grade levels. So what would be the fiscal implications of a halfway point in the distance learning school where people could shift back to classroom-based in-person learning, let's say after December break? How would that impact us financially?
If I may, I think part of my concern is not just the financial aspect of it, but the ability to have enough staff to do that, because again, we have to staff without going over certain class size limits. And so having a large group of students going back to a neighborhood school may require that we would need to hire teachers mid-year. And it's not easy to find teachers mid-year. And so that's one of the concerns of having a large group of people shifting along the way. We could potentially shift some of our staff from the distance learning school to some of our neighborhood sites. But the likelihood that those numbers would work out perfectly also, you know, might not play out. So we would probably be looking at hiring at least, who knows, based on the numbers, but hiring a significant number of teachers mid-year.
And the board would have to listen to concerns about consolidation of classes and the impact of that. And you would end up with combo classes. This year, we are actually overstaffed. We made the decision not to reduce staffing because of the pandemic. We felt like that was the right thing to do. You know, and so I think we're overstaffed by 4 or 5 individuals. So that's somewhere in the neighborhood of about $500,000. In order to, you know, just because we hired people and we felt like, you know, it's kind of hard now in September to say, well, it's time for you to go because we don't have any kids. And unfortunately, the way that the distance learning school would pull from different groups, from different schools, the kids aren't going to go back, you know, sort of in a package of 24 to 1. So it really, we're tying this to the decision not to have combo classes. So if we're saying that combo classes, you know, work under the best circumstances with the best teacher in the best setting and the right group of kids, the only way to avoid that is to not have kids come back in at any given time. And that's true both in the distance learning environment as well as in the school environment. So at some point, that commitment or that idea of not having combo classes as a part of a larger strategy to help deal with unfinished learning, it comes at a cost and will have a sort of a deleterious sort of impact on student achievement. And that's what we're trying to avoid. So we think it's really critical if you're going to choose distance learning to stay in distance learning for the duration of the year. And then, you know, obviously every year you have the ability to to sort of revisit your position.
So I'm going to ask one more question, kind of like pushing on that idea a little bit. Bear with me. So my optimistic guess is that we're going to end up with maybe 25% of students who choose distance learning as opposed to 50%. And that's just kind of, reading the wind. I don't know if that will happen, but what if students could return to in-person class in January, but were not guaranteed their homeschool? That if they wanted to come back in, they would have to be willing to go to whichever school site we had that was not fully enrolled up to 24 students in a grade level. Is that something that might be a possibility?
That one's board policy decision about placement. We follow the direction of the board, which is neighborhood schools. So we assure every parent who comes into our district the opportunity to be placed at their neighborhood school, regardless of the impact. If the board says that if you enroll and then you try to come out, we can accommodate you up and, at these schools. The only caveat I would add to that then is that we must adhere to the caps that we have in the collective bargaining agreement, so that, and I'll pick on Castro, which tends to have a smaller class size. We don't load Castro up to the point where they're 28-1 instead of 24-1. The second thing that I would just say is that our parents are very particular about which school they go to. And I know this because when I first got here, we had a placement policy where we would place kids at various schools. Often they would end up at Montaloma. And part of the reason why they ended up at Montaloma, even though Therakoff was closer or Castro was closer, is because parents didn't want to go to those schools, which was a shame because the staff over there do amazing jobs to educate kids. And I understand, I'm not trying to argue versus anybody's opinion. And, obviously test scores is what's driving that conversation. But then the second part of that is that, we would set it up so that it's not random and we're not just arbitrarily putting people at certain schools. But then the second part of the board putting that caveat in has to be that when a student is placed at a particular school, if a community member comes up and says, I don't want my kid at Castro, why can't they go to Bub? Or why can't they go here instead of there? We'll have to, unfortunately, deal with the idea is not for you to bounce from school to school to school until you find a placement that works. The idea is that we would place you at a school. And oftentimes what we would do is we would place you at the closest neighborhood school with availability, because distance matters also. So if you are at Bub and Huff is, the Huff, or let's say you're in the Shoreline West area, then we would literally pull out a map and we would look at, are you closer to Castro or are you closer to Landals? Depending on which side of Shoreline you land on, it may send you to Castro, it may send you to Landals. And we would do the same thing if you were down on the northern side or if you were up on the northern side of the district. We would look at Vargas, Therakoff, or Montaloma, and we would move you appropriately there until we found the closest school, because obviously we want to take into consideration travel time too. So that would be the other piece of this that I would advocate for, so that you're not dealing with I don't like this placement conversation, which is what I think the unintended consequence of the open enrollment policy that we had was.
Yeah, I think I am curious. This is a challenging time, and I think creative solutions can have unintended consequences. But I'm also curious about, if people knew the car they were buying with their choice, and it was laid out clearly what the outcomes would be, if that might be a middle ground for us to say something like, Distance learning is assumed to be for the full year. If you want to come back in January, there will be an option in December. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to look at what's the closest school to you by how the crow flies, or by driving. I think maybe we go crow flies, but we would have to stipulate very clearly what is the closest option to you that has availability in a classroom at your child's grade level within the class size limits. And if there is availability, we will do a lottery for those spots. I know that mathematically that could be really challenging. I think it's still a positive way to give people options. If we can, it's just not guaranteed. It's based on where we have capacity.
So again, we're taking, part of the reason why we brought this here is because we're taking our cues from you. So if that's the policy direction that you want to go, then
well, Trustee Blakely is shaking her head no.
but I'm you know, I mean, we can create it. It's, you know, it's not ideal, but we can definitely create it. But ultimately, it belongs to you all, the five of you, to give us that direction, and then we can go from there. You know, so I think, as you know, it takes three of y'all to dance or tango in this conversation. So if three of you say yes, we want to explore it, then what we would do is we can come up with some iterations, and then when we ask you to vote, that would also be part of the policy conversation that comes from there. So, but it's really up to board direction on this one.
Okay, Trustee Berman, you had a question, and then Trustee Wheeler.
Sure. Can you hear me okay? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I hadn't thought about allowing families to the option of come back in mid-year. However, if it's vaccinations that are driving them to stay home and do distance learning, perhaps once that's in place, then they'll be ready for their child to come back. So I'm curious to just hear other thoughts on that option. And I think that there could be a way to do it for just this one school year. However, if this is going to be an ongoing program for our district, I don't see that being an option any other year. I think it's just a commitment to whether you're doing this program. I think so. That's where I am right now. I'm also, this is a little bit separate too, and thinking about the other group of families who want to keep their children at home for distance learning because it's worked for them and it's worked for their child. I wonder if there's an opportunity to really study what it is that works for them compared to just traditional school, coming to school every day. So what sort of learning can we do as a district so to improve the experience of our students that come into school every day? Because I think that for some, learning is working well at a distance. However, I think there's this desire for it to work in person as well. So I wonder how we can I don't know, form a study group, or who will sort of take the charge of really looking at the conditions that make distance learning work for families, and if there's an opportunity to make some changes to the way that day-to-day in-person school runs, so that we can really consider the learning styles of more students and make some changes to our practices. So that's just one of my thoughts.
Thank you. Trustee Wheeler. Yes.
I'm intrigued by your idea of some sort of study group or poll or something, Trustee Berman. So, find out what people are liking about virtual schooling. And to your question, Board President Connolly, one issue that always came up with moving children out of their regular neighborhood school is the issue becomes, once you've moved them, what is their school? What school are they entitled to? So, if they move halfway through to some school the next year, what is their school? And that becomes very complicated and contentious. So my primary question for Ms. Bickard and Superintendent Rudolph is, you showed us a list of other school districts in the county that are doing virtual schools. And I'm wondering how much in contact you are with them, and what are you learning from them about what's working, what do they recommend, that kind of thing. And are they anticipating continuing doing virtual schools for multiple years?
So I spoke with each superintendent of the school district. Each one is at a different place, depending on what drove the conversation. So for instance, Palo Alto is exploring creating its own school. Los Altos is, they applied for the code, but they have about 25% of their population. Oak Grove created it as a response to keep kids. Campbell created it as an academy. I think MVLA is looking at it as an academy within one of their schools. So each school district is doing something a little bit different, depending on what they view their need is. Some of the superintendents plan on it being something long-term. Others, are sort of looking at it as like just a continuation for one more year, and we'll go here, and then we'll keep the code sort of going afterwards. As I spoke with principals, my gut feeling is that the genie is out of the bag now, and that there are people who were really excited and really enjoyed this format, and it's been able to meet students' needs in some unique kind of ways. And so I think it will continue to evolve. I know there are online charter schools that sort of exist also. So it's kind of hard to get each superintendent to agree. What I can say is it does appear that it's those with the means to pull this off are the ones who are actually moving forward, because Palo Alto clearly has the funding per student to make this happen. And so, but I think my gut tells me it's not going to go away, right? I think we finally cross this digital hump where, we have sort of this remote learning kind of or virtual learning kind of approach. And it's no longer a novelty because most of the country had to experience it. And, I know Trustee Chang has emailed me about schools in Oregon that have used this model. Obviously right now we can't just fly up there and go walk the campuses and see it. But I do think there are going to be lessons that we can learn from school districts that have been using sort of a rural, that are addressing the needs of rural communities, but allowing kids to come in. So I think there's a lot of growth here as sort of a niche market, but it's an emerging market. But at the same time, I believe Los Altos will keep their school. I believe Palo Alto will keep their school. I think MVLA will keep it as a virtual academy. I can't say what other superintendents like Los Gatos, Saratoga, I think has one. Campbell has one. Like I don't know how long they plan on keeping it, but I would see for the next foreseeable future, especially with what they're saying about how fast these variants are moving and the need for us to possibly be vaccinated. I just see it as it's going to be an ongoing thing. There's always going to be someone who's concerned. I think to Ms. Victor's concern earlier is that what is too small in order to operate is going to be the larger question down the road.
Yeah, I think if we talk about disruptive innovation in a field, this is sort of the forced explosion of that in education. My last question is around middle schools. So staffing single subject credentialed teachers for the middle school distance learning school, in my mind is a whole different beast from staffing for the elementary schools. And does that mean that we may have, let's say we have a science, a teacher with a science single subject credential who is teaching, you know, maybe 4 or 5 different preps across the virtual middle school? How is that expected to kind of play out?
So it would be similar to what you see right now for middle school. There are there's some tricks that we could employ. So for instance, to teach 6th grade, you actually only need you need a multi-subject. So you could hire the elementary teacher in order to teach 6th grade if it came down to an issue about numbers. It's not saying it's ideal, but it is possible. But you would essentially, again, you look at the numbers of the middle school teachers or middle school students, and you try to match them up with the numbers of teachers that you need. And then what you do is you just, you know, so many teachers get a prep. It's also possible that one of the teachers' classes at the traditional middle school could be a virtual class. And so, you know, you're not, because they've lost kids to go to the virtual school. And so normally you would reduce staffing from like 0.1 FTE to 0.5 FTE. But instead you say, well, wait a minute, you know, we have the ability to now let you be shared at this particular site. And we originally even discussed that, like, as we thought about, like, so what happens if we can find a Spanish teacher at one school but can't fill their class? Well, you can port them over to the other school without having them travel and come up with some other arrangement. Well, the same could be true for the middle school. Now, you know, the challenge and what we would work with the union on is making sure that the working conditions are ideal so that you're not violating the CBA. But yes, it is possible to do that because in theory, and I'm not trying to argue that it's not different, but in theory, prepping a lesson is prepping a lesson. The delivery of how you're going to deliver it is something different. But I think if Sean was here and we were to ask him, he probably would say it's a lot easier to have either distance learning Zoomies or to have roomies, not to have Zoomies and roomies together. And I think that's what we're trying to avoid, but I think we can pull it off. But again, it's going to boil down to the numbers for us to know what we would have to do. The biggest concern would be what we would do for special ed students. But, you know, we could follow the similar format that Director Mays put in, which is that the services are provided in person or virtually to the extent that they can. And we would just sort of work through through those logistics to make sure that we're adhering to the requirements of the IEP.
Thank you. All right, we will now move on to public comment for this item. If you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. I will wait briefly for people to raise their hands, and then I will allocate time according to how many speakers we have. All right, I see that we have 3 people who would like to speak. Oh, I see that we have 4 people who would like to speak on this item. We usually have 10 minutes of public comment, so each speaker will have 2 minutes, and we will get the timer set up. The first hand I saw go up was Patrick Neshlaba. Mr. Neshlaba, you may unmute yourself.
Hello, I'm Patrick Neshlaba, parent of a 6th grade on-campus learner at Crittenden Middle School. My comments are about, you know, kind of what we've heard about middle schools in this presentation. It's very unclear to me as a parent what middle school parents should really expect next year based on this. We've got 1/3 of the kids in our district that are attending middle schools. And it's not clear if we're going to have half of our schools off at a distance school and half on site, or maybe it'll be hybrid. Middle school isn't just foundational classes. It's also electives that add additional enrichment in language, in arts and technology. And the staff did a serviceable job this year, kind of giving us wheel electives. I really worry about a second year of that really starting to impact our kids and the experience that they're able to get at the middle schools. Looking at the numbers, Graham's got 900 kids, Crittenden 541, so there's an imbalance in enrollment between the schools. And some of the early projections also show a very low numbers at Crittenden for on-campus learners potentially. I'm very concerned that our kids aren't going to have the access to the type of programming that we would be expecting here. I would really encourage the board to actually do a separate focus section on what the middle school programming looks like next year before surveying the parents, because I'm not sure how you give guidance based on what was discussed this morning for middle school programming, both the diversity within the foundational classes as well as the elective programs that will be offered with these sorts of enrollment numbers. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Neshlaba. I noticed that a fifth person has raised their hand, which is fine because we allocate 10 minutes overall, and we only had 4 speakers at 2 minutes each. So I will allow that fifth person to also have 2 minutes, but beyond the people whose hands are now raised, we will not be taking extra public comment at this time, but we always encourage people to write to the board if they have something that they would like to share with us and they didn't have an opportunity to speak. Our next person speaking will be Alvaro Martinez. Mr. Martinez, you may unmute yourself.
Hi. So I'm racing here with my thoughts, trying to formulate what I'm trying to say. I would encourage the board, as I've done in the past, especially in the beginning of the year, to provide flexibility to parents. I suspect that, you know, with the options that I've seen right now, and if I've understood things correctly, a lot of us are going to be faced with 2 very hard choices and that are not really reflecting where we would be. I think we really miss our kids being in school, but you know, some of us are still not quite confident that we're going to be okay in September. It's impossible to predict. If we've learned something over the last years, that it's very hard to predict the future. To ask us right now to commit to a whole year of this, it's a really, really tough choice. You know, it would be great if there was something a little more flexible, where as things return to a reasonable normal, we can go back to a normal situation. Also, the other thing that kind of strikes me, thinking of option 2, there seems to be, and again, if I understand correctly, it seems to be a little bit of an issue of equity there, where seems like the choice schools are going to get the best of both worlds. There's going to be a hybrid model that's going to be a lot more nimble, that would allow students to move back and forth more easily, seems to me. And there's all the parents that are not in the choice schools are not going to have anything like that. They're going to be stuck in one or the other. The other thing that I didn't understand, and I would appreciate an explanation at some point, is in the presential model. So if we send our kids back to school in one of those options, how do things get bad? When does the district deem that things have gotten bad, and what happens? Do we go back to an online model for a while? And what are those thresholds going to be? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Ms. Pewitt, you have 2 minutes. You may unmute yourself.
Thank you. I want to echo Patrick Neshlaba's concerns and say that in many cases, in some cases, our middle school is in effect kind of competing with private schools, local private schools, which are able to offer differentiation that's not available in a public school. And I know that public schools don't normally see themselves as competing because they're state funded. However, our students who are most vulnerable benefit from the presence of students whose families have the capacity to choose private schools. And I would just encourage everyone to think about appealing to families who have more choices than other families. And then thinking about the elementary schools, I think that some of our most vulnerable families who are not currently at a Title I funded school are in positions where they may not be able to grasp what their choices are until it's too late, if that makes sense. And so I would encourage everyone to keep our most vulnerable families in mind who tend to respond to what's given to them as we're making our choices about what is offered in the coming school year, and provide a comprehensive choice within the neighborhood school options. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pewitt. We will now move on to Anna Soland. You may unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to call attention to one of the first slides, which states that the goal is to provide a high quality educational program to all students. According to the trustee Q&A document, simultaneous teaching is the hybrid option that is being considered if the numbers do not work out perfectly to have separate distance learning classes at the choice schools. Simultaneous teaching is not a high quality program. I understand the emergency need to use it to get schools on campus this year, but I don't feel it's appropriate to consider it for a full year of schooling. Distance learning works best when the teacher is fully focused on the distance learning students. In-person teaching works best when the teacher is focusing only on the students in the classroom. To guarantee a high quality education, the teacher has to be focused on their students and not dividing attention between two classrooms. I strongly feel that simultaneous teaching should be completely eliminated as an option for the next school year. I really want to echo what Trustee Conley suggested, which is if there's some way we can accommodate choice school instruction at the distance learning school, I think that would be ideal. I'm not familiar with Stevenson's model, but I am a parent of a student at Mistral, and that would be a perfectly adequate option for me if I should choose distance learning, if perhaps Spanish instruction was available at the distance learning school. If simultaneous teaching is forced on the choice schools, I honestly think I would probably consider trying to transfer back to my neighborhood school because I just do not think it is a high quality program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soland. Our last speaker will be Megan Cravens. Ms. Cravens, you have 2 minutes. You may unmute yourself.
Thank you. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of respond to what you had said, Trustee Conley, about that a full year commitment is a very long time, or something in that area where the buyer's remorse. But just knowing that there's quite a number of parents, I believe that once the children are vaccinated, we're ready that next day to bring their kids to school. And so I completely understand everybody's concern about the switching is very difficult, but just to speak and kind of advocate and support that, because it is pandemic, for the following year, that there would be one chance, like once the elementary or once the middle schools are vaccinated, especially since it's probably going to be earlier in the year rather than later, it seems, even for the elementary, that it would be a real loss for families to, get a vaccine in September, but then have to be in distant learning the whole, falling number of months, to lose out on 2 years of school. I'm not saying that distant learning, they're learning, but that social emotional kind of mental health piece, that those that have to stay because of health reasons or other, that they'd have the opportunity to go back to school. So maybe that shift, about just reiterating what I was brainstorming in my own head before the meeting, is January, that there would be an ask to go back, or that families could have the choice a little bit earlier whenever there is the vaccine. But whatever's most convenient or decided would be easiest in the very difficult situation is I hope that will be kind of, discussed, looked into, and one of the options of, and then if the distant learning program continues, wonderful, like in future years, you commit to a whole year. But for now, with this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cravens. All right, trustees, comments. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. And first off, I want to say, I hope that we as a board take this conversation slowly and as long as it needed. I believe this is going to be the most consequential discussion we're going to have all year. This is as equal to the meeting the school district had when closure. This is going to set the next year. And I think that our duty is to really take this time to give the staff as much feedback as they can so they can get as much information from the parents, because the parents need that information so that they can make the best decision. So that's it's like garbage in, garbage out when it comes to data, right? So it's like, we need to make sure that the parents know what the board's guidance is so that they can give survey feedback, and then the board can actually make a good vote at the end of that. So I hope we answer all the questions that district's asking. So if I go through the questions, I'm in support of the district's option 2 with some caveats. I believe that that the reason option 2 is this idea that it gets us closest to getting to normal schooling for as many kids as possible. I believe Palo Alto Unified had in their board meeting this week anticipated that only 7% of their students would be doing distance learning. President Conley's at 25. I'm somewhere in between. I'm betting it's going to be somewhere between 7 and 25, which means that majority of our kids, I anticipate, will be back on campus. And I believe that the district's recommendation of option 2 of serving that 7 to 25% online in a district-wide distance online program is the best way to provide them the focus of a teacher who can focus on them, and then provide classrooms the safety of just focusing on what's going on in the classroom. And that comes to my first caveat is board members know that I've been doing simulcasting as long as I'm pretty much anyone. I provided training to other teachers on how to do this hybrid learning back in June, training a group of teachers in Germany even. So I've been doing this a long time, and I believe there was a place for it in this pandemic. I strongly urge that we have no school as policy, no school do simulcasting next year. It is draining if it's not a crisis. And there is an option. So this option 2 is already solving most of it for most schools, because option 2 is saying neighborhood schools, you can focus on in person, and the online school do online. And the caveat for option 2 is for the choice programs, I would urge us to consider doing multi-age classrooms if the numbers don't work out. So the numbers couldn't very much work out, right? So there could exactly be the number of kids who want to be online at Mistral or Stevenson as there is a teacher, and then we don't have a problem. But if there's not enough kids who want to do online at Mistral or Stevenson, then let's do multi-age classrooms. And the reason that's still better is because in a multi-age classroom, that online teacher can still give full attention to their online. And then that Stevenson or Mistral teacher at school can give their whole attention to the kids at school. So I think that's the caveat there. I'm in 100% support of what President Connolly said about having some kind of midpoint. I would actually be more comfortable if we looked at trimester points, given that when we're talking a year, recognize that almost a year ago, we weren't even in a pandemic. So we have shifted so many models in the last 12 months for us to, I think it's hubris for us to think that we can plan out a year. We don't know what variations, we don't know if it'll be a second round of vaccines next year, if vaccines lose their efficacy in boosters. And there's so many things we don't know that at the very least, I think President Connolly's idea of a midpoint with that, if you choose to do it online and you decide to go back in person, I think President Connolly's setting to policy that you are not guaranteed a school of your choice is a fine compromise to meet the need of trying to reduce having to hire midway. So that's kind of, I think it answers most of the questions there. About the question about too small, I don't think we need to worry about neighborhood schools being too small. I actually think most people are going to go back to school as long as we don't make in-person school undesirable. The question about if online would be too small, I think that online could function as long as there's enough people for one grade level per teacher. And that's pretty small. I mean, if you had, if just 4% of the district said they wanted to go online, that's almost a full school size. So the last thing just is that it wasn't one of the questions, but on that question of should we have online school after the pandemic? And I would urge that we do online school next year, but we do not commit to online choice school for after the crisis. And we parallel that conversation to have the same thoughtfulness we would have for any new choice program. There's been people in our community for years wanting a Mandarin immersion. There's been people in our community who've wanted a Stevenson expansion. All those are driven by demand. So yes, we have demand for people who like being online, but they need to go through the same process for us before we all of a sudden, I don't think it would be right for us in 2 board meetings to say, oh yeah, we kind of slid in a new choice program permanently into our district. So I think this is a crisis. We are still crisis next year, online recommendation 2, but with hopefully an idea of mixed age instead of a hybrid. But let's not think permanent online permanently. And the biggest reason for that is that as online, as much as kids, some kids it's worked for them learning, I think a lot of educators go into education thinking about, we're taught in the words of John Dewey. And John Dewey talks about school as a melting pot and school is about citizenship. And as much as distance learning can feel very convenient, it's horrible for citizenship. And we're in a society right now where we're wondering, what is it like to be a civic community? And we're a diverse community. So like sending kids online permanently, I think is something we really need to think carefully about, especially when I actually spoken to some middle schoolers. I had a chance and some of the activism we're doing outside school, and they were talking about some kids chose to stay home, and I was like, why did you stay home? These are Mount View Wisman kids, and they said that because they like the freedom. So if the question's freedom, it's not really about the online format. And there's ways to provide freedom more in person, whether it be self-directed learning, which is one of our strategic goals, or in past boards I've looked at the Acton schools, and there's Acton academies. And so if kids are staying home or parents are wanting the kids to stay home, it might not just because online, it might be they want something different. So I think that's a long-term conversation. But I think I addressed all the questions the district asked. Thank you.
Trustee Berman.
I think I'll be pretty quick because I think Trustee Chang just stated several things that I was going to state. What the point I really want to make is his first point was to just go really slowly. And I think yes, we're still in pandemic mode. I think we need to have a solution for those families that are worried about their children coming to school before there is a vaccine available. And I think that this is a solution for them. And I think that it would be ideal to have an on-ramp back into school once the vaccine is available. So perhaps that's mid-year. I'm not really sure when that's going to be. I don't want us to go down the road of doing hybrid either. I think it's really challenging. I'd like to see teachers really focused on their students in the classroom or really focused on their students online. I'd really like to see hybrid not be something that we do for next year. And perhaps I think getting to the point of what's working for students with distance learning, like Trustee Chang, I think, somehow getting an opportunity to study and do a deeper dive into what's working for students and how we can have that in person at our school sites. I think if we're going to consider making this something that's more long-term, we definitely need to take it slow. I think that there's a lot of implications for our community if we just jump in and not really know what we're getting ourselves into. So I think I'd like for us to somehow continue the conversations about what it's going to look like to have a distance learning program permanently, if that's the path we want to take. I don't feel like we are ready to make a commitment to something that's really long term, because I don't feel like I have enough information to make a decision about that right now. Yes, and I think that's it for now.
Trustee Blakely.
So as far as the distance learning school, if we set up a separate school and we have to get the code, can we I'm confused. The question was, what size would be too small, and what trustees Berman and Chang were saying resonates with me in terms of, can we kind of evaluate it as we go? If we do it for a couple of years and the attendance tapers off so that there's not that many kids, I think you should probably have, or we should probably have a class, one class at each grade level. To the question about, is there a point at which the school is too small to operate? So if it tapers down seriously so that, or less than that, do we have to close the school? Can you sort of let that lie fallow? How does that work? Am I not allowed to ask questions now?
That was a question, Dr. Rudolph, for you.
I think we would have to, it's like any other school closure task force, right? You'd have to sit there and understand what the viability of a school is. And the same thing goes for the virtual school. There is a requirement that we would have to evaluate the teachers on there, and asking a principal to split, their task would be kind of hard, unless that principal has lost so many kids that it only makes sense that they support it, similar to what happened with Stevenson in its early days and Mistral, right? When they were so small that they were just a part of a larger school. So, I don't know right now, again, and we're operating off of board direction from a couple years ago, but the direction is that even if a school is in the 200s, we sort of keep it operating, even if that means at a higher cost. I think at some point, luckily fiscally, we don't have to worry about this, but at some point, I wouldn't want us to be in a position where, we would be looking at fiscal calamity because we made the decision of not closing, when we could consolidate and repurpose and sort of save some funds. But that's a conversation I think that comes a couple years off. If you go a year ago, we were talking about the need for 3 schools. And now we're just talking about sustainability because we don't know what the true impact is. And so, but they just raised an apartment building right around the corner from the district office. So there's no telling what the true impact's going to be, just because they keep moving. So I think we would have to play it year by year, but our commitment would be that, as we look at enrollment, that conversation will start to come up if we see the population of a school drop. And I'll be honest, a school like Montaloma is definitely, we anticipated a drop at Montaloma when we redid the boundaries, knowing that eventually it would rebound based off of development. But there's going to have to be a larger conversation that it's a 700 student school. It has about half of the classrooms empty. Does it make sense to push a couple more kids over there for the viability of the school? I think those are all natural conversations that just occur because the Montaloma neighborhood is not as dense as, and I'll use Castro as another example. Castro, and we saw this again with the boundary lines. You move the boundary line 1 block over and you automatically get 100 more kids zoned to a school just by moving a block. That's not the case in the Montaloma neighborhood. And I know that the community over there has been concerned about this for quite some time. So I think those are just conversations that we continue to look at over time, and we'll have to look at what the impact of the virtual school is on each school. Again, we just don't know what that means right now, because when we did this initially, we said, if it's offered, would you like this option? And of course that meant, in January, yes. And, at the height of the pandemic, when, the case rate was at 28 or 29 or something crazy, everybody was like, yeah, I want my kid to go there. And now that we're at 3.8, and I think we're actually a little bit lower than that now, this is probably going to have some different responses from parents. And I think that's just part of it. I will, at some point, I have to ask you to just opine a little bit more about the choice school conversation, because I think you started there, but if you could just feather that out just a little bit more as you go through your comments, that would help us out also. So, but,
Absolutely.
Yep.
Thank you. Well, so you've just got me thinking, and I know this wasn't part of the question, but if there's a school like Montaloma that has more room, could we make it an academy? Could we make the distance learning school an academy there? That would seem, if they have the room and kids wanted to, go live, that would be a logical place, because there'd be, maybe the teachers would each be teaching in a classroom already, and there would be the capacity perhaps to absorb that. I like the idea of having a virtual school, but I am concerned, is this a sustainable long-term proposal, or is it viable long-term? And, some of the comments, like I said, that my colleagues have brought up resonate with me. And I'm wondering if there's another way that would make more sense to do it next year. I don't want to create more work or overburden the staff. I mean, the staff and the teachers have done such an amazing job this year. And I think so I really like option one. And you asked about that. I like option one. I don't see, unless there is a way, and I'm not being creative enough to think about it, so that there is not a requirement of having any hybrid classes at Stevenson or Mistral. I don't know. I just think with Stevenson, the project-based learning and the arts focus and stuff, that's all very hands-on. Project-based learning, you're working on projects with kids. And yes, you can do that online, but in a hybrid focus, that doesn't work. And I just think it's better to operate that in person. And Mistral, learning languages. I mean, I speak 6 languages, and really you need to watch people's lips. You can absorb a lot from media and, tapes and whatever. And, it's not that you can't learn a language by talking to somebody on a screen, but I think hearing your classmates and just seeing people interact, I think there's a huge benefit of having that be in person. So I'm not really very excited about, stressing the teachers and the staff out more to do special options at those 2 schools, unless there's a way that can be done where there is not a hybrid component. And I'm just not thinking what that could be. So let's see, I'm trying to look at the questions again.
Full year
The other one you have is midpoint or trimester, sort of the transition.
Yeah, which option the boards refer? Okay, so I like option 1, too small to operate, probably 150-ish or whatever if you multiply, I like 1 class per grade. I do share concerns though that one of the speakers, Patrick Neshelba, brought up about making sure that you can offer the electives at the middle school. And if that poaches too much from the middle school so that there's not a hearty selection of electives at the live middle schools, I worry about that. So I want to make sure that we do have a healthy offering of electives at both of the in-person middle schools. And the mid-year piece, it just seems really hard to offer options. I'd love to offer options, but we've been bending over backwards all year and doing different things. And, everybody, nobody knows what end is up anymore practically. So I would be comfortable requiring people to stick with a full year, unless there's a way that's easy, like this idea about maybe putting an academy at Montaloma, and it just shifts to that site. I don't like the idea of bouncing kids around from different schools and looking at the one that's closest and all that. We went through a lot of pain and just community grieving when we redid the boundaries, and we really got everybody into their neighborhood schools, unless they were in a choice program. And to inject yet another element, I think it just kind of opens up the Pandora's box again and restarts that whole equation. And is neighborhood schools really the right thing? And I don't think we need that uncertainty injected into an already very uncertain environment.
Trustee Wheeler. Oh, you're still, there you go.
So I like option 2. I agree that, kind of a guideline is 1 class per grade. So I don't think a school is too small until you can't, rationally have one class. And this is with a virtual and live students idea. Is the board comfortable with requiring a full year commitment? That's the $1 million question. It's how many people now or in a month are going to be willing to, say, I want one or the other. But I think, so Ms. Vickyard and Superintendent Rudolph were talking to us about, just trying to get staffing together, budgeting, to try to switch things around in the middle of the year, I think would be really tough. So it's going to be a tough decision no matter what. So I would say, make your decision. And everybody's talking as if most people are making their decisions based on COVID. I know a lot of people really like the virtual school. They like the virtual school idea. So I think there'd be a lot of people who would say, yes, sign me up. I think there's a lot of people who are starting to feel more comfortable about, getting out of their house, having their children be outside. If I were one of those people, and I wanted my child to go back to school, but I was still nervous, I would send them back to school. But, if I were one of the people who wanted virtual schooling, I would like to be able to have a certain virtual school. I agree with, the other trustees who have said that, trying to have, the kind of teaching where a teacher is teaching live and virtual is, our teachers have been heroic this year doing that. But if we want, if we're talking about trying to create this new model and high quality, I don't think that's anybody's definition of, the highest quality education we can provide our students. So I would say, let's not do that. To Trustee Chang's idea of multi-age, that's kind of, so when Stevenson was packed, that whole history of, the philosophy of those schools, they were multi-age classrooms. And part of me still loves that idea. And part of me thinks, it's just too hard to do in this environment. And I absolutely don't think multi-age would work with dual immersion. So I would say, let's try to work within the parameters of the number of students we want in a classroom, the number of students a teacher is comfortable teaching, and let's jump off this cliff. So, and then next year at this time, we will have this same discussion. How did this work? How many people, signed up? How many people were happy with it? How many people had buyer's remorse? But I think that we should plan on at least a year, and maybe, we'll see, my gut tells me this will be a long-term proposition, but even if it isn't, I'm glad we're having this conversation and planning to do it next year.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. So I will summarize a few of these points and add in my own opinion. It sounds like the majority of the board so far, 3 trustees support option 2, but not hybrid learning. I'm gonna join that group. I support the idea of still being able to give some sort of differential access if possible to the choice programs, but I don't want it to have to be a hybrid program through the school site itself. something more like, you know, a STEAM teacher or an SLD teacher. Like it's not going to, I don't need it to be guaranteed that it's going to be a full day of the choice school program, but that there might be some added small component in there that will adhere to that choice school while those students are in distance learning. But I don't think that that aspect should be long-term. I think that's just for this year to get us through COVID. And then when we look, I also agree with the trustees. The majority seem to feel that while we want a distance learning school, whether or not we continue it after next year is something that we really want to investigate and not make a final decision on right now. I think my hunch is that there's still going to be a lot of demand for it. And, you know, we do need to give consideration when we get to that conversation to how that works. But I do want it for next year for sure. I agree with Trustee Wheeler that multi-age classrooms for Mistral aren't really feasible. When you add in the language acquisition piece in the dual immersion setting, multi-age is just a bit of a nightmare because you're looking at students who are on multiple grade levels in multiple languages, and they're already in one grade level. You might have a child who's at, let's say in first grade, you might have a child who's at first grade level in English, but is at kindergarten level in Spanish, or a child who's at first grade level in Spanish, but at kinder in English. Like, it's already so complicated with two languages. I think multi-age would be really challenging there. I think I made pretty clear that I would love for there to be some sort of mid-year option. But I think that we can put all the restrictions around it we need to make it feasible. And I am comfortable with, you know, staff exploring what those restrictions might need to be. It could be that we tell, as long as it's in the survey, we send parents so they know what they're getting. It could be that we say that you could come back, you could elect to come back in January, but you're not guaranteed a spot. You only get to come back if there is space in that grade level at your home school. We could say something like that, that like if your home school has classes that are less than 24 students in K-3 and you want to come back, then we'll put you back in. But if there's not space, you won't get back in. Or we could say, if you want to come back, you have to be willing to be put in whichever school is closest to you that has space for you. You will only be there for the remainder of this school year, and then you go back to your home school the next year. Or it could be that we do what Trustee Blakely's talking about, that there's like an academy that if you want to come back, you come back to Montaloma, or wherever we put that academy. I'm not particular about the constraints as much as I want there to be an option. It may be a very restrictive option, but for families who, you know, we've already seen the mental health impacts have been really significant for a lot of children. And I think there are families who are, you know, purely having to keep their kid at home until their child can be vaccinated, because maybe their parents are immune compromised, and as much as they know their child needs to come back, they can't send them back until they're vaccinated, and they know that they won't be able to carry it home, right? So I just, if we can find any way to do that, I would hope so. Regarding the size of a school, of what's too small, I don't want to speak to our neighborhood schools at this moment, but for the distance learning school, for next year, I agree that one class per grade level is a good size. I also think we can do something if we need to, like a 0.5 principal. When I taught at Stevenson, it was the first year it's had its own school site, and we had like a 0.75 principal, or maybe 0.5. We had a part-time principal that first year, and then even the second year, our principal was like 0.9. They weren't never full-time when I was there, as the school built out, because the school was just so small. So I think the flexibility comes in how we staff the administration for the distance learning school as its size changes. think I answered all the questions as well. And I think that I think long-term, we're going to end up with a permanent distance learning program. But I think that I understand the need to like evaluate and learn from the distance learning. I like the idea of studying the distance learning program like Trustee Berman suggested for ways to make our in-person programs more flexible for students. But I think the world has changed and it's not going to go back fully to the way it was. And it's going to be something we'll keep around. But that's just a prediction for the future. It's not doctrine. Is that clear direction, Dr. Rudolph? Okay.
Nope. The only thing we'll probably bring back is some ideas about, because 3 of you said midpoint transfer. So it was 2-2 until you weighed in. So we'll bring back some ideas around whether it's at one school and it's an academy, you can only go to that school. We'll bring back only at your home school, and we'll also look at the closest school. But we won't know until we see what the numbers look like. And then we can make a more informed decision, and we'll ask the board to weigh in there. That could also be a conversation that takes a little bit longer, that we could resolve it. I know parents will want to know, but you know, we can at least comfortably say that, you know, board direction was at the mid-year, but you need to understand that it may or may not be at your neighborhood school. And that at least allows parents to complete the survey. We're going to allow 2 weeks for them to do that. So they can complete the survey and at least keep that process moving. So we can start looking at staffing and budgeting and everything else. And then towards the end, before we end the year, have a final decision on what that final piece looks like.
I think, you know, I want to point out that the 2 trustees who kind of warned against this idea that I first brought up about go to whatever school has space are 2 trustees who went through the boundary process and redrawing boundaries for our district. And so I trust their wisdom, and having had that experience, that it is a complicated and heart-wrenching process, and we don't really want to enter that again. So that's why I'm not wedded to the first idea I came up with. It's more, can we find a way that might make an option possible, even if we can't guarantee it? Is there some way to try and give an option if we can?
Yeah, I think if we rely on the current direction that we're following, neighborhood school would be the overriding factor. So either neighborhood school or it's placed at a particular school. And those, I mean, if just at first glance, those seem to be the 2 that are consistent with board direction of placement that we could sort of run with. But it, you know, again, we'll look at what the numbers are, and we'll have a better idea once we get the survey results, because we'll know sort of where the gaps lie. And we can point to like, well, you know, in theory, you're talking about 3 kids at every single school and the class size is under it, or you could be talking about, you know, 25 kids from a particular school. We just don't know just yet. So let us look at the numbers and we can come back with some ideas and bring that to you. But, you know, again, just in listening to the 2 who said, or who advocated for continuing a neighborhood school, I think either the placement at an academy at a school or the homeschool is the most consistent with it, as opposed to opening Pandora's box again about the school shuffle.
Yeah. Trustee Blakely.
And just 2 things. So if there was an academy thing, that would just be for the duration of that school year. And then subsequent years, they'd go back to their neighborhood school if they wanted to be in person, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
then,
we would do similar to what we did with the enrollments priority task force, that it would be for the duration of 1 year and not after that.
Okay. And then I just wanted to ask again about the survey. Will this be the final survey where people are selecting the option they want their kid to do next year? Or will they have one more chance a little bit later on in this school year to say, this is what we're doing next year? Like, Is this the final survey or is it an interim one?
Yeah, so one of the lessons learned, I would say, is that we can keep giving people the option to change their mind, and all we're going to do is just frustrate ourselves. So while we can handle it probably on an individual basis, we really, similar to what we do with the re-enrollment survey, we sort of commit. We're asking you to commit. When parents, I'll use the 2 choice schools, when a parent says, I want to recommit to Stevenson or Mistral, they understand that they are recommitting to Stevenson or Mistral for the duration of that year, and that they can choose to go to their choice school afterwards. So I think in being consistent with that, like, yes, we need to get a final count. But, I think the caveat here is that if there is an extenuating circumstance that requires something, we can always entertain that. But I don't want us every month to resurvey someone and go. And then I know all the psychometrics and the survey analysis people that live in our community that will say, well, the survey was flawed or something like that. And while I'm not trying to argue whether or not a survey is designed, at the end of the day, I need to up or down. Yes, you are going to go, or no, you're not, because there are budgetary implications that impact every single school. There are staffing implications that impact every single school. And traditionally, we've already started, we're coming close to allocating the 75% of the school budget to schools so that they can start planning. And so, this school would need the same type of allocation, unless we're saying that it is placed at another school. But even then, that school would need to know what its 75% of the allocation is. And so we got to move past this point, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I will add to that, like, even with the last survey we did before schools reopened, where we had 3 options, where we had distance learning for sure, in-person for sure, or stay with my teacher. I know some people who selected stay with my teacher, but they thought that that meant they were coming to school. Like, because they didn't have to make a hard choice, they thought that the middle choice meant that they were going to get to come back to school. It was surprising because I thought we over communicated on it, but it was still unclear to people. So I think a clear binary choice, but knowing what the parameters of your choice are will be helpful for this situation. Trustees, we went double the time on that item that we had allocated. But I agree with Trustee Chang that this was a very, very important conversation, so it was worthwhile. I think we're going to need a motion to extend the meeting, and then we'll take a short break, and we'll come back for the last hour and a half that we have scheduled. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Just a question first. Is there anything that can be moved, or this is like we should get this all done? What's your recommendation, President Connolly?
I think we can pull off the construction update of phase 1 projects. I do believe that the field restroom community feedback process is important because we want to get that underway and explain the process that we're going to do and what it looks like and how we'll engage the community and keep everyone up to date. And then obviously the Huff renaming, just because we're coming up towards the end of the school year, and I think it's important for us to know where we are with that. So I think these last 2 of the 3 are important, but I think construction updates, we can push that.
Are we allowed to pull items off if we didn't make those changes during the agenda at the beginning?
You can.
Okay.
Yep.
Trustee
Can we
Blake.
just have it be a quick update of the projects with the report in the materials, or do you really want to have it?
I read all of the materials closely.
So did I. Whatever you all, I will go with flow here.
So I move that we extend the meeting to a maximum of 11 o'clock, and we table the item of construction update of phase 1 project to another meeting.
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, on a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Berman We will extend the meeting until 11 p.m. and we're going to pull item 9F and hear it at a later meeting, probably the 24th, but that will be determined based on our schedule. And then let's take a bio break of 5 minutes. I will see everyone back here at 9:40, let's say 9:44. right, we're all back. We will now move on to item 9D, the Huff renaming update, with a presentation from Ms. Henderson, our equity coach for the district.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. I'm hoping that this presentation will be a little less mentally vexing than things that, you've kind of gone through this evening, but no less interesting. So thank you for having me this evening. And I do apologize for a couple of spelling errors that were made in the first presentation. I did correct them for the presentation here, but just to make that note. So I want to start off, of course, by connecting this process, this year-long process, to our strategic plan, both new and old, actually. The strategic plan goal number 3 that supports an inclusive, supportive culture really supports the notion that every student, staff, family, and community member will feel valued and supported while working, learning, and partnering with Mountain View Westman. And that was really the impetus for changing Frank L. Huff Elementary's name in the first place. So we want to make sure that we're always aligning what we're doing, both the process and the product, to our strategic plan. So where we are in the process, and this isn't the first time that I've come to you, obviously. So where we are in the process is we've actually been able to stay on the timeline really, really well. We're down here in April, where we've got the Citizens Advisory Committee meeting to distill the list down to, kind of some finalists, vet those names with other stakeholder groups, and of course, come to the board for direction, and ultimately recommend to the superintendent, who will then bring to the board, a small selection of names. And then of course, it will go to the board for consultation and also for public hearing. So that's what's in our future. And of course, we want to make the decision timely enough to make sure that we have time to submit all necessary paperwork to local, county, and state officials, and place orders for visible assets, marquees, signage, letterhead, all of those things, right? So keeping all of those things in mind. I want to share with you updates that I haven't really shared with you before. And that is, the last time we were together, we talked about the Citizens Advisory Committee actually being responsible for the creation of a rubric based on the thought exchange data that we collected from the Huff community, and also based on both the demographics and the expressed values and virtues of the Mountain View Westman School District. So for human namesake candidates, this is the rubric that ended up coming out of that. So there were district considerations and Huff considerations both taken into account, both because this is a huge change for the Huff community, but because the Huff school is a part of a larger system and organization, right? And the Huff school is a very important piece of the Mountain View Westman School District. So the district considerations were that we represent inclusivity, welcoming all members, especially those who have previously been excluded, that the namesake is symbolic of greater societal change and growth. So it represents new ideologies and embracing differences. And the district, it was also important to represent academic excellence and achievement. The Huff considerations that were made based on thought exchange data included things like the namesake eliciting a feeling of pride, someone or something to be proud of, reflecting the diversity of the Huff community, considering past namesake candidates and current demographics, and of course, a namesake candidate that inspires the school of Huff. Namesake that represents the awe associated with bravery and risk-taking. So all of these things were agreed upon by the Citizens Advisory Committee as a part of our rubric. So we used this rubric to look at all of the namesake candidates and judge on a Likert scale from 1 to 5. So all of these scores were, of course, collected by myself and tabulated, and that's how we were able to kind of objectively score any human namesake candidates. And again, this rubric was created directly by the Citizens Advisory Committee at the advisement of the thought exchange data and current demographic information. One thing that our committee did find that it was really difficult to judge non-human namesake candidates on the same rubric. So it was really important to our Citizens Advisory Committee that we create a rubric that was similar enough where it would be reliable, right? So we wouldn't be judging oranges with apples, but it was similar enough that it would represent still the interests of the district and Huff, but it would be more accurate when looking at non-human namesake candidates. So in the yellow highlighted are the only differences that will appear from the non-human or from the human namesake candidate rubric to the non-human namesake candidate rubric. So what I did is I actually just made it more general. So instead of representing academic excellence and achievement, it was to represent a symbol of excellence, right? An essence of hardiness or surviving inhospitable conditions. And instead of inspiring or namesake candidate that represents the awe associated with bravery and risk-taking, we had a namesake that represents the awe associated with, so it's symbolic, right? So we made it something that wasn't directly human, but could still be judged along the same lines. So that was something that was really important to the Citizens Advisory Committee, that we had two separate rubrics that could be used simultaneously. And of course, in order to make this happen in a virtual world, I turned all of those rubrics into virtual Google Forms, where I could collect all of the information and store it in one place. So just so you know, that's how it was done, and that's how it was tabulated, right? And that's how the data was collected, was through Google Form. And so I just directly translated that information. So in the initial vetting process, the way we got the names that we eventually looked at, right, and looked into, are candidates that we received via email from multiple stakeholder groups. So I basically kept a database all year long, starting last summer, of people emailing in from multiple stakeholder groups, both teachers, parents, staff members, even board members, with ideas about the namesake candidates. And I kept a running list. Candidates were also received as a result of the thought exchange. So the thought exchange at Huff Elementary, even though we didn't ask directly, right, what name do you propose per se, there were a lot of people who offered certain names and they got filtered out by the program. And I still took all of those names into consideration just to make sure that objectively it was a really sound process. And of course, there were other candidates proposed by members of the Citizens Advisory Committee, as a nod to their commitment and a thanks for their participation and hard work. And I did want to mention too up front that our Citizens Advisory Committee members have been working really hard. They've been an incredibly committed group, and I really have appreciated working alongside them. I have to say, especially the students, right? The alumni of Huff, they've been really committed to the process, and it's been really fun to get to see them interact with adults in this kind of setting. It's been really wonderful. So I wish I had a drum roll. The top 6 namesake candidates are Malala Yousafzai, Mary Tape, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Katherine Johnson, Amy Imai, and then of course I'm putting kind of like a bumper in there for a non-human namesake to be decided. And that's because during the iterative process, right, it was found that we needed an alternative rubric, which took a little bit more time. So I'm still waiting for the next Citizens Advisory Committee, which is on Monday, to have that initial vetting procedure completed for the non-human namesake candidates. So of course, I'll update the board as soon as that information becomes available. So I'm not going to go over, just because of time, I'm not going to go over all of this information, but I did want to get everybody who's listening here tonight a little bit of information about those top 5 namesake candidates. So just briefly, and I'm not trying again to be flippant, or I'm not trying to minimize or truncate the amazing accomplishments of these people. In fact, I'm incredibly excited and really enthusiastic about this list, but I am going to go over them for the sake of time just very briefly. So Mary Tape is a namesake candidate. She was a desegregation activist who fought for Chinese Americans' access to education, notably in the case of Tate versus Hurley in 1885, that went all the way to the Supreme Court. And San Francisco at the time had operated a segregated but public school for children of Chinese parents. However, the city cut public funding for the school in 1871. And her remarks have been really noted, and she's really become a symbol, right, for the desegregation movement for Chinese Americans and their access to education. So again, it's a really wonderful opportunity to highlight that particular cause and that particular person. Malala Yousafzai, often referred to mononymously as Malala, is a Pakistani activist for female education and the youngest Nobel Prize laureate. She's known for her human rights advocacy, especially the education of women and children in her native Swat Valley in northwest Pakistan, where the local Pakistani Taliban had at times banned girls from attending school. Her advocacy has grown into an international movement, and according to former Pakistani Prime Minister, she has become one of the most prominent citizens of that country. She's also very well known, and she is the youngest ever Nobel Prize laureate. So another amazing choice. Ruth Bader Ginsburg is our next candidate that we're going to highlight. She was an American lawyer and jurist who served as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States from 1993 until her death in September of 2020. She eventually became a part of the liberal wing of the court. As the court shifted to the right over time, she spent much of her legal career as an advocate for gender equality and women's rights, winning many arguments before the Supreme Court. And for a very long time, she was the only justice female justice on the Supreme Court, of course, after Sandra Day O'Connor's retirement in 2006. And Amy Amai was born and raised in actually what at the time was rural Mountain View. She grew up in a working class blue collar environment to parents who were born in Hawaii, but raised primarily in Japan. During World War II, the Amai family was actually taken to Southern California to the Santa Anita Assembly Center after Pearl Harbor, and then taken inland and north to the harsh landscape of Heart Mountain, where she became one of the 120,000 Japanese Americans who were interred in internment camps during World War II. She returned to the area with her family after the conclusion of the war, finished high school at Fremont High in Sunnyvale. Though she lived in Sunnyvale for a time, she did eventually move back to Mountain View. And she was always striving to make a difference through the passing of her life. And her quest led her to involvement in education, taking an active role in Mountain View Los Altos High School District and in Mountain View Sister City program. And the final candidate that I bring to you tonight is Katherine Johnson. She was an American mathematician whose calculations of orbital mechanics as a NASA employee were critical to the success of the first and subsequent US crewed space flights. During her 33-year career at NASA and its predecessors, she earned a reputation for mastering complex manual calculations, helped pioneer the use of computers to perform the task. The space agency noted her historical role as one of the first African-American women to work as a NASA scientist. And in 2015, President Barack Obama awarded Johnson the Presidential Medal of Freedom. So again, we have some incredible candidates that I couldn't be more enthusiastic about. And so I want to thank everybody who's contributed to this process, contributed to the thought exchange, contributed their opinions. It's been a really meaningful process. So there are some next steps that I want to address. And I want to talk about how candidates were rated favorably, or why they were rated favorably and why they weren't. Obviously, we didn't start out with a list of 5. In fact, it was around 35. So the candidates were rated favorably, if I had to sum it up, mainly because the candidates our committee felt were meeting the moment, right? Because they addressed a lot of the socio-political issues that are coming out in our time. The candidates felt that these namesakes reflected the diverse community, both at Huff and throughout the district. These candidates, they felt engaged in something called symbolic resistance, which I'll talk about actually in just a little bit. But for example, the opportunity for a first woman namesake in our district, or for a first Asian namesake for our district. And they felt that these candidates represent the kind of traits that address stakeholder feedback from the thought exchange. So our committee members really took into account all of these variables and worked really hard, really thoughtfully, and through lots of dialogue to really consolidate this list. Some of the reasons that candidates didn't necessarily make the top 5 or the top 6 were concerns about behavior and actions or social critique of the candidates, especially who are still living, because of the uncertainty, right, surrounding any future behaviors they may engage in, right? Our committee members really wanted to make sure that the candidate that they chose would be a really sustainable choice, one that would continue to represent the interests of our district and of our stakeholders. There were also concerns for certain candidates about the politics and polarization related to the lives and legacies of candidates in public life. So certain political figures, or figureheads or even media pundits, things like that. Even though they have incredibly favorable characteristics, our committee members were really concerned about how that might play out in the long run. And of course, any lack of alignment with school and district demographics and characteristics were taken into account, because our committee members really wanted to hit home the fact that this was a great opportunity to meet the moment. One thing I wanted to address too was the power of this process. So I've found a lot of meaning throughout this whole process, especially when it comes to something like symbolic capital, whereas place naming, specifically the naming of schools, can function to create spaces where social groups of varying power debate the contemporary meaning of the past, to the extent to which they identify certain notions of heritage and how best and where best to carry out commemoration through that landscape. There's a lot of really compelling literature and processes, and it really is powerful to name a place, especially a school, where children come to every single day to learn, right? And to form their identities, right? That they carry with them throughout their lifetime. Something very similar is a notion called symbolic resistance, where at the last board meeting, I really felt like the comments from the board really pushed us in this direction. Whereas that recognizing that a place naming is not always controlled by dominant groups. In fact, it can be appropriate, right, when appropriated by marginalized stakeholders who have greater voice in determining what vision of the past is inscribed into the landscape. So it can be used not only, right, to create a landscape where we are welcoming and inclusive, but it can also send a message to the community about what we care about and what we prioritize as a district. It's been a very compelling process. So I just want to reiterate that place naming is a very public, symbolic vehicle through which the board can express its solidarity with equity and justice. And I feel like the board has already done so on many occasions. The board has previously, of course, named Antonio Vargas Elementary after an undocumented immigrant, and that's had a very powerful impact on our community, as seen through some of the most recent equimetric scores that we've seen in previous place naming. So what I need to know from, well, let me get there. So the next step for the Citizens Advisory Committee that's going to happen on Monday is that the Citizens Advisory Committee will provide initial guidance around non-human namesake candidates. So I'll be providing to the board and to the public, of course, kind of a final non-human namesake candidate to push forward. So at least one of those candidate namesakes will be included in the finalists for further vetting and research. That was also something really important, actually, to our advisory committee, that we not only look at human namesake candidates, but at least we put one forward, right, that was a non-human namesake candidate. And so the enhanced vetting procedure that's going to take place, obviously with further research, with multiple sources. I call it digging for dirt and digging for gold simultaneously. There will be some internal and external vetting. We're going to be able to pull the community through a thought exchange. And also, of course, take the names, these finalists' names, and collect information and feedback from the District Advisory Committee, the PTA president, and the leadership team. Top name considerations, of course, will be submitted to the superintendent, along with all of the vetting results, which will be accessible. So what I would love to hear from the board tonight is, considering the finalists, and after you've had kind of a chance to really absorb that, what pieces of the vetting rubric that we went over kind of stand out to you as being the most important things to consider moving forward? Because the Citizens Advisory Committee would, of course, love some direction when we're having to even take this list of 5 or 6 and whittle it down to, let's say, 2 or 3. And then how can the CAC, the Citizens Advisory Committee, or other district employees or myself help you make the most informed decision regarding the namesake candidate? And the CAC is here to help you, as am I, as of course our superintendent and other district leadership. So that's really the kind of information I'm looking for today. And of course, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Henderson. If you can stop screen sharing, thank you. Before we jump into questions, I just wanted to point out that we do have a school that's named for a woman. Landals is named after Edith Landals. 2, what's the second one, Trustee Wheeler?
All that your son goes to.
Gabriela Mistral. So we have 2 that are named after women.
Thank you for that correction. Yes, of course.
This
but-
another correction. That then Jose Vargas is he's Filipino, so we have an Asian American school namesake as well.
Excellent,
right.
thank you.
Trustee questions. Trustee Chang.
And thank you for all this. A very exciting process, and like the values in here, I think are just so timely given all that's going on. So thank you, Ms. Henderson. The question about in the rubric relating to the slides where they talk about the committee members' concerns about living candidates or controversies. Do those things, are there thoughts about like, are there ways that that should be reflected somehow in the scoring process? Whether it be issues about like people's ongoing possibility to change reputation as a living candidate, or people who have possibly might be have controversial, people might be perceived as controversial in the community. Any way for those things to be reflected in the rubric?
Absolutely, that's a great question. And that's actually the reason that we chose a Likert scale, right? As opposed to a checkbox, a yes or a no, is because they could gauge it from a 1 to 5. So any person, right, could, no single candidate would be ruled out per se based on a strong or weak alignment to a certain characteristic. They could be, for example, they could achieve a score of 3 in one category and a score of 5 in another and a score of 1 in another. And the scores were taken from every member of the Citizens Advisory Committee, and then of course taken together and averaged. And we took the averages to kind of eliminate certain choices. And then of course had a lot of meaningful dialogue about, well, you know, why were candidates selected, why weren't they, et cetera.
Trustee Wheeler, I saw you had a question.
Yeah, so one question for the presentation and one question to you. Struck by your color choice tonight, is that on purpose?
You know, not consciously, but perhaps disconsciously.
So I'm sure Ms. Henderson knows, and many of you know, that white is the historic color for the suffragists. So I thought you were wearing it tonight for the 5 women who were nominated.
It certainly wasn't lost on me, Trustee Wheeler. It's a really exciting, and that's why this smile is, you can't wipe it from my face, right? It's a very exciting process.
And I would say, I think each of the 5 women who were nominated by the committee are excellent choices. So, I mean, I have, you know, my thoughts about them, but I don't think the rubric questions that you're asking us about would make a difference in my mind, other than I certainly would like to know more information about each of them. So for example, Mountain View City Council member Margaret Abe-Koga sent us a recommendation for one candidate, and that got me looking into, you know, the information that you provided us about that candidate, and, you know, gave me a lot more appreciation for it. So I think that would be true for all of the candidates.
Absolutely, and that's part of the enhanced vetting process, where there's kind of a more enhanced kind of casting a wider net in terms of research and resources. Of course, when you're doing that for 35 candidates, right, it's really hard and time consuming. But the wonderful part about narrowing, you know, kind of the scope is that we can really dig deep and provide some really great information.
Trustee Blakely.
I just had a question on the renaming timeline. I guess I'm a little bit confused about the process. I know you said that at the next meeting next week, the members of the committee will be evaluating a non-human candidate to add to that list. But will the committee itself be recommending candidates? You know, let's say there's a group of 6. Will they be ranking them, or what is the final recommendation going to go to the superintendent? Will it just be that group unsorted, or what will that look like?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we'll actually be using the same metric. So we'll be using the same rubric, but this time each member of the Citizen Advisory Committee will know that because this is a smaller group, that it doesn't happen in a silo, right? They'll know that there's certain candidates, right, kind of within their purview. And so they'll be rating with a different mindset. But because we feel like these rubrics are really strong and they were developed by a lot of really great data, that they're going to really keep throughout this process. So we'll keep with the same rubrics and just use them to really rank, right, the candidates and get a smaller amount as we go.
So will the rankings be available?
They'll provide me with the ranking 1, 2, and 3. And hopefully, unlike when we named Vargas Elementary, we won't have three names that are right next to each other. And so part of the problem is that we had three, all of them were equally ranked. And so then it was a creative solution to recognize all three. So what I'm hoping for is that there will be a clear recommendation. I'll review the criteria and then I'll bring it to the board and say, here is the ranking. I'll bring you the top 3, but the recommendation will be based off of, what we say. And then of course it will go through PTA presidents, the foundation, DAC, DLAC, and all of them will weigh in. LT will also weigh in cabinet. And then all of that will, all that stakeholder input will provide me with what I believe is the strongest recommendation. I'll bring that to the board. But the board at the end of the day is allowed to choose any name that they want from off the list, or you can insert a name as you want, because that ultimately the naming of a school is up to the board, not up to us.
Thanks. I want to honor the process of the committee, but that's helpful just to understand what to expect. I think you may have gone over that in one of the earlier presentations, but thank you.
Of course, not a problem. We're trying to keep it as, objective and clear and transparent as possible. And the committee has done a really amazing job, of course, along with Principal Siam as well.
Principal Siam, you don't have to raise your hand. Do you need to be unmuted? Ah, okay. Because you aren't a co-host. There we go.
So part of the process was also including the students. We were going to survey the students. So we were going to have them research, the 5 candidates that we have right now, and then have them, the last one. So then when we bring it to Allende, the top 3 would also be from the students, so that everybody's involved, including the kinders.
Yes.
I love that idea. Trustee Chang.
And a question about for the process, whether reflecting the rubric or part of just the procedural process. At any point, will the committee consider the aspect that there may be other schools in the future and kind of where those might be? And because when you're naming a school, if you think this is the last school in the district that'll be named, that kind of changes your calculus versus if you think there's going to be a school on Space Parkway across from Ames NASA, that changes that calculation. So, when we look at it, is there any kind of them taking a moment to look at, oh, you know what, in the future, we may have other schools and here's where they may be.
I think Trustee Chang just named our North Bay Shore School.
I can't predict what the future is going to hold in terms of future namesakes, but we certainly can bring, we can certainly look at schools that are already named in our area and make sure there's no duplicates, or, if that's something that's really important to the board, we can certainly dig up that information and provide it to you so that you can make a more informed decision.
And Trustee Berman.
Thank you for the presentation. I think this is a really exciting short list of women. So thank you for this. I'm just clarifying on the rubric. Will it just be the Citizens Advisory Committee who uses this rubric? Or is it, I just heard that we're including all the students from school. Will they be using the rubric as well, or just ranking? Can you just provide a little clarity on who will use the rubric?
The students will only be ranking. We were going to have them do their own research and then just have them rank. The rubric is only being used right now with the committee.
Got it. And I think just one more, I don't know if this could be a question, could be a comment. I think that there's there's pros and cons. I know that the non-human namesake candidates are coming next, and I think that there's reasons why to choose a non-human namesake versus a human namesake. So I think that would just be interesting information to provide everyone who might not be thinking about, well, makes sense to name it after someone, but I think there are legitimate reasons to think about naming it after something that's non-human. So maybe it's thinking through like what are the pros of maybe going in that direction, so everyone has a good idea of the reason to name it either after a person or after an object or something else.
Yeah, and it's amazing actually. Symbolism and metaphor can be very, very powerful, but it can likewise be just as polarizing even as human namesake candidates. So it's been really an interesting process to be able to develop a rubric for non-human namesake candidates that can work alongside the rubric that we do have. And we've had some great conversations so far, so I'm confident that we'll be able to bring to you a really viable choice.
So I just have one question, and it's around the rubric. And it may be more of a concern than a question, but so we are an academic institution. We support academic excellence and achievement, but I also want to acknowledge that access to a high quality academic experience has not been historically equitable in our country, and that many of these female candidates and maybe some of the other proposed candidates did not have access to the same schools because of school segregation, to the same opportunities in college. Women weren't even admitted to many universities for a long time. So I have a little bit of reservation about making that a rubric requirement. I want to recognize excellence can be surviving and thriving during really, really challenging circumstances. And it's not necessarily tied to academics, because our school system has had, just as a nation, has had many, many historical issues not being fair to women or to marginalized populations. So I think that's important, especially when we work with our students in their research and their understanding of what excellence is, that it is not always, I think of the pressure we put on our kids too. It's not always getting the highest score. It is perseverance and resilience and fighting through the circumstances that you find yourself in that can be a sign of excellence, and that we value that in our children and in our community and in our history. So I just wanted to maybe that was more of a comment, but I didn't know if the rubric will be adapted moving forward or how set in stone it kind of is.
This entire process is of course happening, at the graciousness and liberty of the Board of Trustees and of course the Superintendent. So it absolutely, can be shifted. And I think it's important feedback that I'll definitely bring to the Citizens Advisory Committee, and we'll be able to kind of iterate the process moving forward based on board feedback. So thank you for that.
Thank you. All right, we will take public comment on this item at this time. If you're a member of the public and you would like to address the board, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. I know it's getting late. We do not appear to have public comment on this item. Trustees did receive a letter from former Mayor Abby Koga earlier that I know we all read. We will now move on to trustee comments. Trustee Chang. Oh, do you know what? Can we pause just a moment? There was somebody who was not admitted to the meeting yet who might have had a comment. Mr. Nelson, did you have a comment on that item? Okay, I don't see his hand going up, so I do not.
I think he was still trying to log in. I think worth asking him one more time.
Mr. Nelson, did you have a comment on that item before we move into trustee comments? I saw you had tried to be admitted to the meeting just as we moved on. Nope, I don't think so. Maybe for the next item. Okay. Comments from trustees. Trustee Chang.
I just want to kind of iterate the appreciation for this process. I was thinking about this when we were passing the resolution earlier and condemning hate against the Asian American and Pacific Islander community, and there was a part of the resolution when we said that that as a district we're ready to ask kids to speak out, and as a district we're going to stand up to injustice. And when we passed that resolution, I wanted to make sure that we really were equipped to do that. And I felt like I could confidently say, because it's such an emotional theme for me to know that we are really can commit to that. And I have to say that this year, because we have the former board had decided to staff the position, and here we have with Ms. Henderson, I can confidently say when we say a resolution that we hear all the students and that will stand for justice, that you, the board, and Ms. Henderson are there to stick up for the kids and in ways that we haven't been in the past. So I just wanted to appreciate and tie this to what we did earlier. And I appreciate this. I think all this process is tied together. And so I appreciate the work of Ms. Henderson and the committee, because I think all this is connected. And I think that we're very lucky how we have somebody staffed to be able to handle this process. Thank you.
Are there other comments from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
I just want to say I really like the rubric. I'd love to. We didn't have this when we named the Vargas School. I'm delighted with the Jose Antonio Vargas name for so many reasons, but it wasn't this thoughtful, as I recall. Now, Dr. Rudolph, perhaps I am glossing over some of the work that went into it that I'm not appreciating. Okay, so my memory's fuzzy.
In all fairness, there wasn't a school community either. So it was a lot harder to grab the community and to get thoughts, because that school community was dispersed over 3 different schools. And so we tried our best to poll as many people as possible, but the actual process was a little bit different because of how dispersed people were. Whereas this one, you have kids who have moved up. It started from a student. So you have a student body, you have a community that's been actively engaged in it. And I think, a lot more time was spent on, not to defend my process, but a lot more time was spent on, you had Slater versus Vargas, and getting, people to move past Slater, and then bringing 3 communities together to really sort of coalesce around one school name is a different task than getting a community that has had an established school for quite some time. Even if it did, I think Huff reopened at one point.
Mm-hmm.
So even if it did reopen, the point is, that community had that school as part of the fabric of their community for so long. It's just a different conversation. So I think that's why you're seeing the student voice and everything. Because remember, we did have student voice, because the firm will tell you the mascot almost became the flying squirrels. So it was there. It's just it was a lot harder to get an alumni or somebody like that.
No, I hear you, but I think I just really like this rubric. I think this rubric is something that we can dust off each time. When we do open new schools, assuming that we open new schools in North Bayshore, at some point in the future, maybe future boards. But I like the criteria, and the Huff community one. I guess if we're opening a new school, would be perhaps less important in that context, because it would be a new school, so you wouldn't necessarily have that Huff community or that analogous. But I like your rubric. I like the fact that it includes academic achievement, and I get and understand and respect what Board President Conley said about not everybody's had that opportunity. But it would seem to me we are a school But it would also seem to me that you could say academic excellence or academic or, something representing grit. I mean, you could probably put something in there so that it was a kind of either or. So I really like it. I think I applaud the work of the committee. I know they've been working hard all year. And I grew up in a school district in Southern California that the schools had these sort of fake Spanish names. Like I went to Vista Grande School and Ridgecrest School, and they were sort of like weird place names that didn't really, mean anything. And, I kind of I personally like the idea of finding a really inspirational human and naming the school after that. And I get the fact that one of the biggest comments we had when we named the Vargas School was, don't name a school after somebody who's still alive, because they may do something bad, and then we can always change the name of the school if we need to. And in the case of Huff or in some other names that haven't worn well in history, the school where I went to law school, it's not called that anymore. And one of my undergraduate colleges, they changed the name. Devin knows the same one. We went to the same undergraduate school. So I just like, we are today, picking the inclusive, symbolic of change, eliciting feelings of pride today. I mean, and looking toward the future, I wouldn't want to pick somebody who's, here today, gone tomorrow, like, the latest fad. But I think this rubric works really well. And I think the names, the candidates that you've come up with are just each amazing. I mean, we couldn't go wrong. So thank you for the work that you've done, and please extend our thanks to the committee as well.
And I'll point out that only one of the candidates is actually living. So it's not I don't think it's going to be a huge issue. I would like to comment that, and I'm beating a horse on this one, but like I want to just bring it back every time that, like, for me, this is about something restorative. This is, I call it, like, I'm trying to figure out my terminology, but I'm getting to this circle of justice on this, that the people who Huff was discriminating against were members of the Japanese and Chinese American community in Mountain View and the surrounding areas. And so it is incredibly powerful to me to have both Mary Tape and Amy M.I. as candidates, because they are women who were directly impacted by those sentiments and bias and discrimination in their lives in our area. And I will also disclose that I suggested Amy M.I. I had reached out to different community members as well as the Mountain View Historical Association. And so I do lean towards her because not only did she survive being sent to an internment camp, and as we mentioned in the resolution earlier, some of those trains were leaving from Castro Station, but she also contributed actively to educating our children about what happened and its impact on the Japanese American community in our country. And so I'm really happy that she made it through the rubric. But I agree with everyone else that I'm really pleased with this process. I'm thrilled to have a slate of 5 women, and I'm looking forward to the continued work that the committee is doing, and thank them for their work on this. Trustee Chang.
Thank you, President Connolly, for saying the thing about the restorative process. I think those are powerful words, and I 100% agree. And I just want to add that there's a group of students from Mountain View I've been working with, and along with some Asian school board members in the Bay Area, Rosa Kim and Cupertino, we're organizing a Mountain View rally at April 11th. And these teens, they've been researching Mountain View history, and as more they're digging up, and I've been working with them, I'm realizing now, like, when we're talking about restoring and addressing what happened with the statements made by former Principal Huff of the Mountain View, as as an educator in this community and postmaster, the kids are realizing that the restoration that the school represents is about Mountain View, because Mountain View at that time period had the most active it was in our resolution, had the most active anti-Coolie club, which was an anti-Chinese club founded as a nonpartisan club to expel Chinese from Mountain View and from California, and then with the extension of the Chinese Exclusion Act. The chairman of that club was one of the founding city council members of Mountain View, Benjamin E. Burns. So this Huff renaming is not just about Huff. So we're not condemning just one man. It's about restoring Mountain View's reputation, because that was the time period where it was popular and published in the Mercury, which was the Daily Mercury Herald, which was called back then. They would publish the names of these meetings because people were proud to go and people were proud to speak, celebrate. And then on the day of the passing of the Chinese Exclusion Act, there were parties across the Bay Area from Mountain View all the way up the peninsula, people celebrating. This restoration, I thank you for saying that, President Connolly, because Mountain View actually has a lot it needs to restore for the broader role it played in history.
All right.
And I did want to point out too, there were plenty of really incredible gentlemen on the list. They just didn't make the top 5, but there were absolutely some incredible gentlemen on the list too. I just had to mention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Henderson. And thank you, Principal Siam. We will now move on to our next agenda item. And this is our final review and discussion item for the night, the 9E Field Restroom Community Feedback Process with Dr. Westover, our Chief Business Officer.
Evening. So today I'd like to talk with you a little bit about the pre-work that has gone into initial placement of the restrooms at the fields, and then all of the community feedback that we're going to go through before we come back in front of you again to show you kind of where we're at. So some of our guiding principles: resource stewardship, making sure that staff and community have access to resources. And then also some of our guiding information that we want to make sure that safety of students and staff is at the forefront. And during the master facility planning process, we wanted to make sure that public adult restrooms should not be shared with students. Additionally, having separate restrooms. So some of our campuses have standalone restrooms, and some of them have restrooms that initially were planned to be shared between students and the public. So we wanted to make sure that the restrooms were separate, and also to make sure that it was convenient for city residents to use and easy to maintain cleanliness. So our initial collaboration with the city, we've been working with the Park and Recreation Department to have standards for the sinks, flooring, and stalls, because they would be in charge of cleaning the restrooms. We had initial discussions of placement and ease of cleaning and use by residents with Park and Recreation, and the city and district will jointly communicate community meetings. So a little bit about the design process. Some of the things that went into consideration were proximity to sewer and power lines, the ease of use by the community, accessibility for cleaning and maintenance, and safety of students and community members, and accessible path of travel, so they'd be easy to get to. We received feedback from MVPD, the city, and from principals on the locations, making sure they're easy to clean. They were in areas where the community would use them and wouldn't have to go all the way across the field to access the restroom. And we also offered to present to City Council and Park and Recreation on kind of what this process would look like. Principals also gave feedback based on site usage, and we consulted with MVPD on our possible locations and seeing if they were in good locations for safety for the public and students. And we also checked with MVPD about any significant issues with the public restrooms on campus. So this is an example of what our early locations looked like. So when the architect first came back, this is at the Castro Mistral site. And you'll notice that these are 2 spots that the restrooms could be placed. This was not ideal for a variety of different reasons. So after we went out and got the feedback from principals, the city, Parks and Rec, and MVPD, we have some different designs to share with you. And this is the secondary design after we got the initial feedback for Castro Mistral. Each of these squares is 1 restroom. We are intending to put 1 restroom on each school site. So these just happen to be close together, which is why they're in 1 bubble. Not proposing that we do 4 restrooms at the site. These are possible locations at Landals. And possible locations at Huff. And then some possible designs for the restrooms. So the restrooms are built by the Public Restroom Company, and they come in all different finishes and different styles that we'll be asking for feedback on. We have community meetings scheduled with the Huff community on April 20th, Landals community on April 21st, the Castro Mistral community on April 22nd, and then principals will also work to gather feedback from their school councils, ELAC, and principal coffees. We're notifying the community through updating city staff who will share with City Council and Park and Recreation. We have sent postcards to all residents in the area. We'll have notifications in school newsletters. They will be on our marquee signs, also through social media. And we've also printed signage to go at all the fields that we can hang up. So really trying to make sure that everyone who is interested in coming is able to participate in these meetings. The cadence of kind of how we'll bring this back to you. So after we have the community meetings, we'll go back with the architect and say, okay, this is what we heard, and adjust plans. Then we'll come back to you on June 3rd. So we'll present to you the feedback from the community. And then on June 8th, we'll bring back the plans again to present, on June 8th, then we will present to City Council or provide a report to them. So City Council is aware of the feedback that we received. And then on June 17th, we'll come back to you to talk about schematic designs, budget, and a timeline based on the feedback that we received and input that you give on June 3rd. Right, so thoughts or questions about our process to try to make sure we're getting everyone involved.
Questions from trustees? I just have a quick question, Dr. Westover. It took me a while to kind of understand that there were 2 restrooms proposed for Castro and Mistral. I'm a little curious as to why. If we look at the overall acreage of the school site and we think about the public usage of the site, I don't see how that is very different from other locations like Huff or Bub that have even larger sites.
Maybe I wasn't, when I was talking through it, maybe I wasn't clear. We're only proposing 1 restroom. Where they're shown on the map is close enough that they fit in 1 bubble. But maybe what we can do, I think, just to make it easier for people to see is maybe make separate bubbles, make 4 bubbles that are.
Oh, and so they're just picking 1 of those overall?
Yes.
Okay, I came away from the presentation thinking you meant 1 in each bubble, and I was like, I was a little confused. Okay, thank you. Trustee Berman.
So when this is presented at school sites, will school sites also be choosing the design for their bathroom? So the location and the design?
I think we'll be asking for design feedback. So the site won't necessarily be taking a vote on one over the other. They'll just say, we prefer this finish. Give us reasons why you don't, prefer one location over another, and then trying to meld that together with what we hear from the community.
Got it. And those bathrooms, will they be closed during the school day and then opened after school?
Yes, they'll operate exactly like the other restrooms where they're closed during the school day. They have automated locks that unlock after school is out.
And then the communication for the community meetings that we'll be having, is that being sent out to the broader neighborhoods, like the neighborhood associations? And what is our net for giving people the opportunity to give community input at that meetings if they aren't on our school email list?
Facebook. Sometimes we ask for volunteers to post for us on Nextdoor. As a school district, we don't have access to Nextdoor unless a parent helps us.
We've also sent postcards to every citizen, and on the postcard, it identifies all of the projects that are upcoming and has a QR code that someone can scan so that they can sign up for the email list and that they have a copy of all the codes. The first set of postcards went out to, we were able to get the full Montaloma community, but the rest of them, we have a small circle, but the city is working to give us the full school list. And so everyone will get a postcard that identifies, here are all the coming projects for your particular ones. We've already emailed those out to city council. We've emailed them out to all the neighborhood listservs. And we've also asked for them to be posted on things like Nextdoor and Facebook. So all of those have went out. The postcards would be the last thing that will come later.
And so just to clarify, that QR code, when they scan that and they go to the direct link for the construction for that school site, will there be like a top notification that says community input for the restrooms will occur, if register for community input meeting for Huff or whatever? Will it be immediately obvious on our website?
Ms. Hausman, do you want to chime in on what that looks like?
Yeah, so the postcards actually have a direct link to the meeting. So as soon as they hit the link, it will take them right to the meeting with the date and time and all that. And then the QR codes on the signs will do the same. So it's really clear for the dates.
And there will be signs in all of the school sites that, or
Yes.
all of the sites impacted? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, we'll move on to community comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raised hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. We appear to have one comment at this time. We can allocate 3 minutes. Mr. Nelson, we'll get your timer up. All right, Mr. Nelson, you may unmute yourself. Oh, don't start the timer until he starts talking.
Thank you, but I'll take less than 3 minutes. I want to say that the staff has finally learned, I think, third time's a charm, of how important these fields are and community access and what a community benefit they are. It's one thing since the 1950s. I have a neighbor next to me who grew up in his house right next to Bub, that we value these neighborhoods. The staff is doing a much better job, an excellent job of connecting with the Parks Department and Parks and Recreation Commission in a way that it should, and it looks like they're connecting with the community. I want to say, I think one of the things we should do is, I was glad to hear that the input's going to be community-wide, because these are just 3 restrooms. I don't think each principal should be choosing what design they want. If you buy 3, lots of 3, you should be able to get them less from the place you're buying them from. And the issue about sewer stuff is really important. Where it's placed makes a big difference. We waited for 15 years when we moved in this house near Bub for there to be a restroom put in Bub Park. So people in the weekends that were using the fields and things can do it, have a place to go. People in going to the sports things on weekends have a place to go. People after school have a place to go. So this is a great community benefit. I'm glad we're doing it. It looks like a great thing to use tax money for. And I really think the staff has gotten it right. It's more expensive, but you get positive input from your community rather than, you know, you're not telling us what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. I think we're on the right track. I'm glad to see it. My one comment was in terms of the placement of on the various grids of where they could go. Several of them had one that was sort of tucked away in a corner. And although that visually might be appealing, I think there's a lot of youth sports that use these restrooms on the weekends. And I know when I had little kids, if I was at a soccer game with one kid and had the other one there, I wanted to be able to see so that I didn't necessarily have to walk them to the bathroom. If I knew they were there, I could kind of be keeping an eye on that just to make sure that nothing unsavory was going on. And so I would encourage us to consider the more kind of visible locations from all the sight lines on those fields. And that's my only comment. Thank you for all the hard work.
Trustee Chang.
The locations of the restrooms for some of the locations may actually be perfect locations for access points for Wi-Fi for outdoor learning. If we are, as we're looking at expanding outdoor learning, in the EdTech work that I've done in the past, access points themselves are really cheap. But then for outdoor learning, when you like put a Wi-Fi out in the field, it's actually running electricity and then weatherproof casing that gets really expensive. So there may be places just for the staff to look at that that these restrooms may be perfect places for us to actually, for very small incremental cost, be a place that can extend Wi-Fi outdoors for that campus. And just the last quick comment is that I hope once we build these that we find some way to communicate to the public with some very clear signs that who provided these, because I think that it'd be good pub PR and build good relations for that when anytime they're using the bathroom, they're reminded that this is not a city thing, this was paid for. Their relief was provided by the Mount View School District.
I think future-proofing when we have the opportunity is a great idea, which Trustee Chang brought up. And I absolutely agree with Trustee Blakely that as a parent, I want to be able to see the restroom. So, you know, when we look at the sight lines, especially thinking about like near the Castro Mistral tot lot, where, you know, if you have an 8-year-old and you have a 4-year-old, you can stay with your 4-year-old, watch your 8-year-old use the restroom and not be concerned. I think visibility, it means we have to make them pretty, but I think that this visibility is going to be important for a lot of families and users of the park space. All right. Thank you, Dr. Westover. We appreciate it. And we appreciate all of the outreach that is being done around this and the communication. Thank you to you and to Ms. Hausman and our communications team for all of the work you all are doing together. We will now move on to board updates, item 10. Yes, Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, I don't want us to end this meeting before we acknowledge the birthday of Cesar Chavez. So it seems strange that, you know, we've gone through this whole month or the end of the month and, you know, nothing has been said. And that I've been thinking a lot about former trustee Jose Gutierrez, who, you know, would have been right on this. So I would like us to acknowledge and recognize this hero.
Agreed. Very much agreed.
Just a quick plug to invite board members to also send information about the April 11th rally that being co-organized by Margaret Abakoga and a few APA board members, school board members in the region. I'll send information out.
Thank you. Are there no further updates? All right. Item 11, items for future agendas. I did not receive anything. Dr. Rudolph, did you receive? Yes. Okay.
There's a request to discuss the possibilities of the following demographic data: race and gender of victims of school site bullying to be recorded, and any bully demographic data collected is reported to the board each year.
Is that data we already get?
We do pull discipline data. I don't think we've ever broken it down by the amount of by bullying. So I think this is a specific request that we report out the bullying. And we normally, I don't think we disaggregate. I'm assuming that this is to disaggregate the race and gender of the victims. We normally don't disaggregate it down to that particular level.
Do we have a
we don't report. We don't make it a annual report of what we do.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about like the complexity of how do you label something as bullying versus not bullying. But trustee comments on this or questions?
Just that future agenda items are simply to see if the board wants to discuss things. Future agenda items don't necessarily mean that one has to be in support of it or even think they'll pass, but just that do they want to talk about it?
Trustee Blakely and then Trustee Freeman.
Thanks. I was just going to say, I think it's an interesting topic that's, merit worthy, but I'm wondering whether it could be folded into something that we're already doing in another conversation, like perhaps when we're looking at discipline or the survey data, that it could be added to another without having to create more work in a special agenda item.
Trustee Berman.
I was going to say that exact same thing. I think I've heard before I joined the board that there was interest in looking at discipline data really carefully. So I think that just like Trustee Blakely said, if we could fold it in. Dr. Rudolph, did you say that we don't exactly have the breakdown of like by race on like when we collect discipline data? Did I hear correctly?
I mean, we track it in PowerSchool. We've never reported out down to that granular level. But it's not that the data doesn't necessarily exist. It just doesn't. We've never pulled it in that something so specific. Doesn't mean we can't. It's just that data set just doesn't exist. Unless we specifically create it.
I was going to say, we do have it for suspensions and expulsions. Like that is state mandated that we're tracking that by different.
No, I mean, if a principal writes down like this is bullying, that data it exists if it's being put in PowerSchool. It's just what I'm saying is that we've never done a report specific to bullying and identifying what gender and what race someone's being bullied, who the victim is, so any discipline data we have would be a larger discipline set that simply identifies like the number of suspensions and, those types of things. Even in our internal reports, we don't pull it. So we used to give discipline data reports to the principals every year. This year has been a little different just because, it's been hard to, the incidents are like, did a kid Zoom bomb or something like that? So I guess what I'm saying is the data exists
in
PowerSchool. whether or not we've ever, at least in the 6 years that I've been here, we've never pulled that specific type of data, but it doesn't mean that we can't. It just means we just never pulled it.
I mean, I think maybe I'm making an assumption, but that, you know, if there is a pattern based on particularly ethnicity, race and ethnicity, around which students are victims of bullying or just physical harm from other students, that is something I would be interested in seeing, but I don't know how much work that is for staff. And I agree that I think it could be folded into, it might be part of our health and wellness and like mental health conversations as well. That it's about how we're teaching children to treat each other, as well as how we're responding to the needs of students who may be victimized. Like there's a lot to unpack there. I think I lean towards maybe asking our health and wellness coordinator to, or well, staff.
It could be, I mean, we can look at it as possibly a metric. So, you know, and then maybe this goes to the retreat, but as we identify what the metrics are, right? So we normally do some type of reporting out of what our progress is to goals. And, you know, whether it's the LCAP or the strategic plan, we try to identify or quantify different items, right? So we, for instance, say that we want to improve the way that we measure parent engagement is by how they report out on the survey results. So we could look at, you know, when we look at disproportionality in terms of discipline, if it's restorative justice and everything else, it's possible that it could be embedded within that. I wouldn't know right now, but I can talk with whoever is running goal 3, I believe it's goal 3, to see if that's a metric that we should report out on. And if that's the case, then you know, at least 2 of you have said to embed it in some type of report, then we can embed it in there. And in the event that somebody wants something more granular, you know, we just make sure that the majority of the board wants it to be identified. If you're looking for something specific that you want this to be an ongoing item, then I would recommend it's a larger conversation about discipline, and then we just drill down to the impact of bullying and some other stuff, I guess.
I think part of my guess though is that not everyone, because we haven't had consistent practice around requiring it to be reported, that not every principal will have entered bullying as, like if we did a keyword search, there might be students who have been harmed, but it wasn't tagged as bullying, right? Like I just think first we have to have a definition and a protocol for it, but that might be why it merits just kind of discussion as part of a broader thing. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. I just point out that if the staff or district want to look, or board, the Policy Unified's been doing a lot of legwork on this, particularly on gender-based violence, on tracking, because the distinction that disciplinary data typically focuses on discipline, which is not on the victim, and often victim data is not collected. So Policy Unified kind of do some legwork on this, and it really is like data is collected as a disciplinary case, but it really is SEL, right? Because it's a wellness issue, because so it straddles both areas. And there are very few school districts that have done, Policy Unified has done some legwork, as well as many colleges have now been mandated to collect victim data. Okay,
that makes a lot of sense to me. I think that really ties into folding it into our discipline discussion, which is something that I think a lot of us are interested in anyways. So
key point, not to push back, but that you got to also remember Palo Alto Unified has Title IX lawsuits that are mandating that it occurs. But how about this? How about a happy compromise? We'll see what data already exists from last year, if that's there. And then that will give us an assessment about whether or not we're actually tracking the data, because we haven't pulled it. So I can't really attest to whether or not it's there or not. Okay. And then that will inform what comes next. Is that fair?
That sounds good to me. And I also think your idea about folding it into the strategic plan conversation with SEL or some of that, it kind of logically fits there. Yeah. So, but I don't want to do a whole other thing this year, especially this year with reopening and next year's reopening and everything else that we have going on right now. So not to sweep it aside, but just to kind of fit it in where in a place that we're already addressing.
All right, that sounds great. Thank you. And future board meeting dates are on our agenda: April 24th, May 6th, May 20th, June 3rd, June 17th. On that note, at 10:59 p.m., I am now going to adjourn our board meeting. Thank you, everyone, for a very productive evening and for all of your time.